Hey, good afternoon, everybody. How are you guys doing today? Welcome to another edition of Sage Talk. Today ought to be pretty interesting. The main topic, as you guys can see, is black men are the most emotional, intelligent men. And that's something I want to highlight because I've seen this video going around and I've listened to different perspectives in terms of the various commentaries people have been making. But I want to come at it a little different perspective to see if you guys see what I see as well. Can you guys give me a 1 if you can hear me good in the chat? And do you have any feedback? Go ahead and hit the like button as you come on in. So just keep me posted if you guys can hear me well. There's no background noise or anything like that. But let's get into it. As you guys come on in, hit the like button. You know, there's a video going around of a young boy who is being questioned by his mom about his likes and dislikes. And one of the things, as I looked at the video, it's not a long video, but it's pretty informative. And what I liked about it is that more and more over time, social media is just being bountiful with the information that we now have at our fingertips. And this video reminded me of a video from a few months ago. I'm sure many of you may remember. Not sure if it was May or June, but it was the video with the woman that basically said to the guy that came to feed his kids, and she had 3 other children, if you can't feed them all, don't feed none. You guys remember her, right? And I looked at that back then. It's like a breaking in technique using one's emotions to do good for his kid or his child or his children. But then he's being psychologically maneuvered into providing resources for other children that are not his, that he knows and she knows are fathered by other men. The thing is that technique over time is built to wear you down. Its goal is not to get an immediate effect. It's a psychological game. So it starts to break you down little by little. I call that particular video the making of a stepdaddy. Because over time, that's the kind of video that make you into a stepdaddy to other men's kids. In some cases, you don't even live with the woman, but you're coerced or shamed in some way to have to provide for other men's children. Now, seems like we have another situation whereby a woman, we can't see how young or old she is, but a mother who's engaged in a conversation with her son about his likes. And what I like about these types of videos is because it gives us a look into the world of mothers, to be like the proverbial fly on the wall, to be able to observe and see what people do in certain private times when they're just going about their regular day doing what they regular people do. However, I will say that, as much as I hear sometimes how some men, black men including, will complain about social media and the damages in terms of how it promotes itself as an app or as a platform, as a tool or entertainment, about the negative aspects that social media bring as a tool or a device. But I think sometimes we, as men, we go directly to the point and may miss some of the things in between. And what I mean by this is that social media is really bearing for men a bounty of true information, valuable information you might even say is info behind enemy lines, because we get to see live and from the horse's mouth, as they might say, women being themselves, showing you what they're all about. And back in the day, once upon a time, the 90s or before, everything we would say would be always cast down and insulted and treated as though it's one man's experience, so it doesn't mean nothing. It was never looked at as a situation really on how what we were experiencing individually, that if we were able to see it over a period of time, sequentially happening live, that it's not just a one-off. This is something that happens more in mass. It's more of a typical behavior, you might say. What we once thought were isolated or just particular to one woman has now continually to be proved that it's not so particular after all. It's pretty common. It's natural behavior. And more women do it than not. Now, obviously, I'm not saying every woman or all women, but there's quite enough to make it worthy of a conversation. Now, let me see here. I want to see if I can bring that video up. So bear with me. I'm going to try and share this video for you guys. First, what I'd like for us to do is just let's take a look at the video. It's a short clip. I'll add some commentary to it. And then we could do a more complete breakdown. If not word by word, we can kind of deconstruct it a little bit. Can you guys see the share screen? Can you guys see the share screen? Okay, let me see. Let me know if you guys can hear it by putting a 1 in the chat.
Getting big like that, yeah.
Do you want a light skinned girlfriend, or you want a black, or you want a chocolate girlfriend like you?
Oh yeah.
Can you guys hear it?
A sexy chocolate girlfriend.
You want her to be skinny, or you want her to be thick, or you want her to be fat, or you want, you know?
No, I want a skinny.
Okay. It doesn't have a timer where I can see where the start button is or the beginning of the line of the video. So I'm going to let it run a couple of times, and then we'll go back and talk about this for a minute.
So you want her skinny?
Yeah, skinny girlfriend.
What do you consider mommy? Do you consider mommy? What is mommy? Am I skinny? Mama, you pretty. You ain't gotta go over and hug me and tell me that. Jace, what I know you said I'm pretty, but what do you consider me to be? Am I skinny? Am I fat? What do you consider me?
You are getting fat, but I love you. I'm just saying you are getting a little fat.
Okay, so you don't want a girl my size.
What?
I'm just saying.
I love you. I'm just saying
No,
you
getting
a little big or bigger from you. You getting like fat. You getting big like that. Yeah.
Do you want?
Okay. So let me pause it here for a moment. I will come back. And what I want to do is kind of lay the groundwork for this conversation. You guys had a chance to watch the video a little bit. I believe there was a little part in the beginning that was not included in this clip, but I'll verbalize that if necessary. Now, I wanted you guys to pay close attention to the little boy. Because a lot of times we hear that black boys or black men, let's say black men are not emotionally aware or connected with our emotions. We hear that a lot. We also hear that black men, who we're looking at a black boy now, but in years to come, he will grow. But black men don't like dark-skinned sisters. We hear a lot of these type of commentary by quite a few sisters in this space and about. But it was very particular, and I would say this kid is probably about 7 or 8 from what I can judge. It's about 7 or 8 years old. And at such an early age, he's already capable of having significant emotional awareness. In every manner, in the way he communicated with his mom. To me, that shows an extremely high level of not only communication awareness, but truly emotional awareness. Now, obviously, that behavior, the little boy is confident. He speaks his mind clearly. But the behavior, what do I mean by behavior? The behavior for him to be able to be so cognizant and aware, not only of the questions that were being put to him, but the delicateness of the question and how the response should be. And this is why I said that this young man showed an exceptional amount of emotional intelligence or high emotional quotient. Let me put the video back again because there's something I want you guys to really see. And listen to how he responds to the first question.
A light skinned girlfriend, or you want a black, or you want a chocolate girlfriend like you?
Oh yeah, I want a chocolate girlfriend. A sexy chocolate girlfriend.
Were you guys able to see that? This young man is very clear on his taste or his attraction at a young age. He likes a black girl like him. The earlier part of the clip, he also said he wanted her to be his age, like 5 or 6 years old. So he's cognizant of age, maturity. He knows his tastes. He said he wants a chocolate black girl. Something a lot of women say black boys don't do, don't want. Now, his mother even asked him more clarifying questions about her physical appearance. And he was enthusiastic in making it clear that he wanted a skinny woman. She said skinny, she said big or fat. And he was definitely aware of the subtleness, the unspoken part of what she didn't say, but what she meant. The young boy was clear. I want a skinny black girl that looks like me. One second.
You want her to be skinny, or you want her to be thick, or you want her to be fat, or you want, you know?
No, I want a skinny.
So you want her skinny?
Yeah, a skinny girlfriend.
What do you consider mommy? Do you consider mommy? What is mommy? Am I skinny?
Boom.
You pretty. Sit back. You ain't gotta go over and hug me and tell me that, Jace. What I know you said I'm pretty, but what do you consider me to be? Am I skinny? Am I fat? What do you?
Now, understand that this is a young boy about the age of 6, 7, or 8, somewhere in there. His mom starts asking him about his tastes in a girlfriend. He said he wanted her to be skinny, he wanted her to be dark skinned, he wanted her to be chocolate. Now, why did the mother insert herself in the qualifications of her son's choice of a girlfriend? The moment she inserted herself as one of the selections for her son to choose from, he immediately was aware of how the question changed. And he immediately got up out of his seat, went over to reassure his mom that one, she's pretty, that he loves her, before answering the question, with reservations, before answering the question. He took the time out, get up out of his seat, go over to his mom, reassured her by giving her a hug and telling her that she's pretty, paid her a compliment likewise. But he was sophisticated enough, meaning he had enough emotional intelligence at 7 years old or 8 years old to know the distinction from when the question changed from just a girl he likes or would like to what if your mom was one of the selections of the girls you like. Now, this was a skillful kid because he has to get his mom out of the picture, be honest about what he wants without hurting his mother's feelings. You know, I must have looked at this video about at least 4 or 5 times. And today we'll probably look at it a few more times. But I want to get back to that part again where she asked him, what about her?
You are getting fat, but I love you. I'm just saying you are getting a little fat.
Okay, so you don't want a girl my size.
What?
I'm just saying.
I love you. I'm just saying
No,
you
baby.
getting a little big or something. You getting like fat. You getting.
Now, I'm not sure if you guys noticed, when she inserted herself, say, what about her? The immediate reaction to the kid was like blown away. He was like, what? Like, what you got to do with this? The kid is like, we're talking about a girl I like, Mom. You're my mother. I'm not supposed to like you like that. Why are you inserting yourself? Mom, why are you inserting yourself into this conversation like that? She's not supposed to do that. And the kid is aware of that.
Big like that. Yeah.
Do you want a light skinned girlfriend, or you want a black, or you want a chocolate girlfriend like you?
Oh yeah, I want a chocolate girl. A sexy chocolate girlfriend.
You want her to be skinny, or you want her to be thick, or you want her to be fat, or you want her,
No, I want a skinny.
So you want her.
How clear was this kid? Now you tell me that an 8-year-old know he wants a slim, chocolate, sexy. That's a whole different conversation. What he knows about a sexy chocolate girl, but nonetheless, he knows. He wants a slim, sexy, dark chocolate sister. How often do we hear in this space about colorism? About black men don't desire black women, dark-skinned black women. We hear that more than enough times, over and over and over. Now, this part that really gets to me is where his mother inserts herself.
Skinny.
Yeah, a skinny girlfriend.
What do you consider mommy? Do you consider mommy? What is mommy? Am I skinny?
Boom. The kid already know mama is fat. He knows mama is fat. But he also knows this is a delicate situation. See, this kind of conversation, to make sure that your son always pick you, that's been many conversations that boy has had with his mom in different ways. The programming runs deep because you can see immediately when she changed the question, he picked up on the change in the question. He immediately got up to console his mama. That's emotional intelligence. That's being aware of a delicate situation, how what you say may affect someone else, and the steps you take to make sure the person is not offended or offended as little as possible. Let's continue.
Mama, you pretty.
Sit back. You ain't gotta go over and hug me and tell me that, Jace.
Now, it was off camera, but by the mother's response, we know he went to hug her to console her. He told her she pretty. You pretty, mommy. He's given her reassurance because he doesn't want to hurt his mother's feelings. But he's still young enough where he can speak his mind. But he's cognizant enough of the complexness of the question. And he knows he needs to do something about it to not hurt his mom. Let's continue.
I know you said I'm pretty, but what do you consider me to be? Am I skinny? Am I fat? What do you consider me?
You are getting fat, but I love you. I'm just saying you are getting.
Again, the reassurance. You're getting fat, but I love you. Now she's already fat. So he's leading into it. Again, he lets her know, Mom, you're not my girlfriend. What I like as a girlfriend is different than you, my mom. But the mom is inserting herself into the question.
Getting a little fat.
Okay, so you don't want a girl my size.
What?
I'm just saying.
You heard his response? You don't want a girl my size. Kid was like, what? The adult completion of that statement would be, hell no. Like, what? Hell no. By the time he's 13, 14, maybe he'll say that. We don't know.
I love you. I'm just saying
No,
you
baby.
getting a little big or big or something. You getting like fat. You getting big like that. Yeah.
Kid, do you want a license?
So the kid is being dead right honest with his mom. He's being emotionally aware, not to hurt her feelings, but be truthful. Another big takeaway for me in this video is that we hear about how black boys, and I think I heard it over the weekend too, how black boys, only 9% of black men or black boys in school read at grade level. That means 91% don't. Mean they're below. 9% of black boys read at grade level or higher. The other 91% don't. I wonder if they were to give black boys an emotional awareness test, how high would they score? Because when I watch this kid, his emotional awareness is that of a grown man. I've seen grown men fumble the bag. I shouldn't say fumble the bag, but fumble their way around answering a question truthfully when either being in a situation with his girlfriend, his wife, or his mom. You know, one of the big reveals in this video also is that so often in the gynocracy we see in this space that black women that don't even know a particular black man will begin to talk to him like she is his mother to get him to give the responses that he's used to giving his mother. That's why when they say your mama black or you hate black women, that is to bring you back to that space where you always agree with your mother, i.e., you always agree with a black woman. The funny thing is what has that kid gone through in the past, probably since he was 4 or 5 years of age, in communication that bring him to the level where he is now, where he could be so developed in his awareness to be very delicate with his mother's feelings, to treat it with kid gloves, even when the conversation doesn't include his mother, she find a way to make it include her. Now, I don't know how many of you guys can remember when you were young, especially around 5, 6, 7 years of age. But can you remember when you were young, talking with your mom, and you were doing some similar type of gymnastics, mental gymnastics, to say something without hurting your mother's feelings, to reassure her that you loved her, to make her feel special? Hit the likes, guys. Get the likes up. But definitely, what I'd like the chat to do, I've got a question for you. After looking at this video real quick and my brief overview about it, if there was one word, and I want to see who could get this one word first. If there's one word that you could sum up this mother behavior as, what would that one word be? Let me see who's going to get it first in the chat. What would that one word be? If there was one word that you can sum up this woman's behavior, the mother. Narcissist, selfish. I think in general, most, if not all, mothers are selfish to some degree, and it falls into a protective thing. So I can see that. Lonely, that's a quite possibility. Before I give you guys the answer, and I will, I have another question. Egotistical, sick. How long do you think this type of X this boy can endure? And X is the missing word from question 1. How long do you think this type of X this boy can endure? Low self-worthiness, egotistical. The word I'm looking for is manipulative. Manipulative. Because everything that she's doing is to manipulate her son to give her an answer that she wants. AI Matrix, you said 25 years? I don't know. That's a lot of time. But let's just say he's 8 years old right now. In 10 years of this type of manipulation, what type of effects do you think this kid will have? How do you think this continued manipulative tactics for her son to always put her first in front of everyone, a girlfriend, a wife, any particular female, that she must always be first in his life. And whatever she is, he has to like it. Not only does he have to like it, but it actually has to become his like, his taste. Maya 963 says he'll be a simp or a son husband. I wouldn't disagree with that at all. I definitely wouldn't disagree with that. As we would say in Israel, he's in a lion's den right now. He's got to appease his mom, yet staying true to who he is and what he likes and what he wants and what his desires are. If this kid survived the next decade, I mean, he's already a pro right now in how he's able to circumvent being cornered and being manipulated. He's doing well at it. But that's simply because a lot of his innocence is still there. Some parents are not violent to young kids. But once you start getting into your teenage years or early teenage years, 11, 12, 13, then they start taking out retribution. And the violence doesn't always have to be, hitting the child. It could be used through manipulation, food, gifts, clothes. Many different things can be used to get him over time to capitulate. For me, I see possibly two potential outcomes. One, over the next 10 years, he could succumb to his mother's manipulation and learn to like fat women like his mom, because that's what his mom wants him to like. So over time, a 250-pound woman, for him, will become normal. Because if he loves his mother, he must love fat, overweight women too. All about Joneses. He says narcissistic, one word. So true. However, this could also lead, depending on the kid. Some kids are strong mentally and emotionally, but some kids are very emotional. Some kids needs a lot of reassurance to strengthen their identity in themselves. And without that, that could lead to some kind of negative outcome. Low self-esteem. He could develop a love-hate dynamic with his interactions with black girls and later black women. Love him one minute and hate him the next minute. Simply because of being forced to like something he never liked in the first place. But there's also a different result that we can get. And I know there are many different potential outcomes. Obviously, you could probably go on the rainbow sides of things, but I want to keep it pretty straightforward. The potential second option on how this long term can affect a young boy that later grows up to a young man, he might actually have a dislike for dark-skinned women, and particularly dark-skinned fat women. He may actually turn to lighter-skinned chicks, lighter-skinned black women, Latinas, white women, exotic women, mixed race women. He may grow up to like everything but a black woman. Let's talk about it, y'all. JR, go ahead and drop the link. I don't know if you've dropped it earlier, but I definitely want a couple of fellas to come on up and we can talk about this, because I'm sure we have witnessed this type of behavior in the past, if not with ourselves, with maybe some of our nephews. I mean, for me, this video is extremely insightful. Because what it does, it allows us to see, like sometimes we hear psychologists will say, a lot of the things in your present life are rooted in your infant life, in your toddler's life. You know, if you were just left alone to be a kid and to have your parents love you and care for you and support you and help you as you grow and guide you as you grow, a lot of us would probably turn out so well. But when you have parents deliberately trying to manipulate a young mind to see things one way just because this person is lazy or have their own issues of self-esteem, undisciplined, unwilling to manage their own diet, work out and exercise, and do what's necessary to just make yourself a more physically appealing person, or worse, make yourself into the woman that your child would find attractive if that's important to you. Don't change his mind to like who you are. Become the woman that he would see and find attractive. If that is important to you as a mom, do the work. If you won't do it for your husband or your boyfriend, do it because your kids say so. You fat mom, get up and do some work. You know, one of the things I liked about this video is because what it really shows, is that, and I mean, looking at, let's say, the US population, Black people representing a small percentage of that. Some say 12, some say 14. We could round it out at 15%, whatever. So out of 42 million, 43 million, 44 million, whatever it is, what if, say, a little over half of that are women? 10% of those women treat their sons like this. What would be the result of young Black men? 2 million homes of single mothers raising their kids, twisting their minds to not become the woman that their kids see, but twist the kid's mind to accept what's in front of him. You know, 10% seems like a small number, but it's a significant amount of people when you take it into consideration. Out of 22 plus million Black women, if 10% of those women who are mothers gets into the heads of the minds of their young sons like this, we can see why there's so much issues with young Black men in the community. NYC Logic, good afternoon. How are you, sir?
I'm good, fam. I'm good, fam. How are you?
I'm fine. Welcome to Sage Talk. What's your thoughts about this conversation today?
You know, I've been listening since you came on with this topic, and it really it reached something deep inside. I remember me being a child, and me being the only male within that household, particularly with growing up with a bunch of females, me being the only male. um, I do recognize a lot of that brainwashing, as you will, or that acknowledgement that females try to impart in black men when they're young, to get them to a point where to mold or manipulate what their behaviors should be and what they should think and what they should hold value as what is being normal. Now, this is coming from, women who have a little bit of um, self-esteem issues, who have issues when it comes to how they treat men, what their weight is, and in order to make them feel better or to hold the line when it comes to the sisterhood, they have to train these men at an early age that this is what you look for in a woman. This is how she should look. This is how what she should speak. This is how she should conduct herself, and this is what she's going to look like, and this is what you have to conform to. So I think if we're really honest within ourselves, we've all had similar situations or circumstances like that when we had to pick and choose between what we thought was attractive and what someone else, wanted us to be attracted to. Now,
Right.
me, I was placed in a certain situation like that growing up younger, in my teenage years when I really started to develop. Um, a lot of the women that were around me were big and they were overweight, and I wasn't attracted to that. I started looking at music videos, particularly BET, where they were slimmer women. I'm wondering, like, wow, where could I get me a woman like
Look
that?
like that. Right.
And once I started traveling a little bit, I went to Atlanta, Georgia, and then Tennessee and Kentucky. Then I actually started to see women that were like the videos and what I was generally attracted to. But as a man, I believe what we become accustomed to is really a product of our environment. What type of females are we surrounded by? And after a certain while, you begin to get a certain preference. Like for me now, majority of any women that I am around, whether it's in my personal life or my professional life, are slim women. They're in shape. They do yoga. They do Pilates. They work out and they care for their bodies. And over time, I have gotten accustomed to looking at that. Also, their behaviors is way different. They're a little bit more friendly, a little bit more submissive, I guess, as you say. So when you're in this particular environment and this is what you see, you kind of gravitate to that.
Well, I think, it's funny that you said you can recollect back to when you were younger, identifying in some somewhat similar circumstances where you found yourself in. And I think that's something that most men can reflect back and see somewhere in their youth, in their early years, before they became a teenager, where they had to be very delicate in how they communicated something with themselves and their mom. They really had to do with themselves, had to do with what they like and what they want, but what mama wanted trumped what you wanted, and you had to like what mama liked,
Hmm.
even if you didn't like it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And there was someone in the comments that was saying that I never saw a slim women until I moved out. No, actually, when I was growing up, when I was younger, a lot of the women were slimmer, a lot slimmer. Particularly when I was growing up, like when I was a small kid in the '70s. Yes, the women they were slimmer, but it wasn't until the '80s when I kind of gotten into my teenage years where I lived at in the South, particularly. The girls were bigger. And that just wasn't my cup of tea. So,
Right.
I think we all have our preferences, and the women where I was around my cousins and aunts and believe like that. They were bigger women, and that just wasn't my cup of tea. And they tried to get my opinion and try to sway my opinion and what I should look for and what I should do. And it's just not for me. They didn't have the opportunity to kind of shape and mold what I thought was attractive.
Well, I would say for you, count yourself one of the blessed lucky ones, because I think there's a lot of young men out here today who have fallen prey to the persuasiveness or manipulation or narcissistic mental gymnastics that many of our mothers have taken to form our own thinking. That's
Mm,
why some men, by the time they grow up, 18, 19, 20, they don't even have an attraction for a black woman anymore
mm,
because their mother have been trying to force them into a box to like a particular type of girl that they know that they didn't like and they don't want. So after a
yeah.
while, they're like, you know what? I don't like this. I'm not going to be able to please my mom. I'm going to just, you know what? I'm just not going to deal with any black girl. That way she got nothing to say.
Mm. You know, when I was looking at these videos and things like that, trying to figure out where these women were, I went to the military, and once I got to the military, I traveled a little bit. I went to Panama, I went to Germany, you know, um, went to a couple of other places, and I did see actually that the women there were thinner, were smaller, were leaner, so that really solidified as far as me that what I thought beauty was and what my standards were, and that also kind of reinforced that. You know, um, I don't believe there are skinny girls out there, Mr. Kenneth Fitzgerald, but they're not everywhere. We all know that the disproportionate of black women, they're overweight, they're fat. We all know that, and we are aware of that. However, everybody has their preference, and in order for women to kind of keep men in line, you know they have to do this kind of brainwashing again. They have to try to give us what the standards are and what we should like, so that therefore they can continue on with the sisterhood, with the preferences that we should have, knowing that they're not doing anything on their part to change their behavior, to change their eating habits, to change their behaviors. They're just going to stick to the status quo, and this is how it is, and just fall in line, and this is what you should expect.
Well, I think, some good points there. I think part of it is that many of our sisters have been used to the way things were and has been, and that the same old shaming tactics, your mama black, don't you love black women, or that you hate black women, which is it's the opposite, to make you submit and say, no, defend yourself. I love black women, right? That's the reverse negative form of manipulation, to assert a negative to force you into reversing it and stating the positive. With
Yes.
regard to Kenneth Fitzgerald's comment, says either y'all are lying or y'all live in some poor village because there are skinny girls everywhere. Now, I don't know, Kenneth, I'm not sure if you're mobile or if you're stationary, but if you'd like to come up on a panel, tell us what part of the states you're in and where you see nothing but skinny black girls.
Yeah, I do too, because I live here in New York City.
Uh-huh.
I work out in Connecticut. I grew up in the South. I grew up in South Carolina. Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Columbia, South Carolina, Spartanburg, South Carolina. In the South. I'm very familiar with Mississippi, Biloxi, all of those things during my travels in the military. And back in those days, the women were bigger. As someone said in the 80s, the women, they were slimmer. I'm a 70s baby. I'm a 70s baby, and the women back then were a lot slimmer. So it just really comes down to the competitiveness of the women. I know here in New York, in this particular area here, the women are very competitive. If they want
What part of New York are you in?
Manhattan,
Oh, okay, cool.
in Manhattan, yes, the
East
Midtown
side or
area,
west
actually.
side or uptown?
Say again?
East side, west side, or uptown?
Well, I'm mainly toward the Chelsea area,
Oh,
actually.
okay. All right, cool.
And
That's west side.
yes, the women are it's competitive. If the women want a certain type of man, that has all of these things that they want, they realize that those men have standards, and they realize that those men are looking for certain type of physical characteristics in the women. And if they realize that if they want a type of man like that could change their life, for the better, then I have to compete with the other women that are competing. I think mainly there's not a lot of competitiveness when it comes to, black women, when it comes to wanting the type of man. It's just, they're
A
just going to
type
just
of man or not, or a black man?
black man. I believe that we should be groomed to have a certain standard, and this is what it is. And we have to accept them for what they is. They want us to be in shape and at the top of our game and high caliber, but it's not necessarily the same standards to them for them. And they kind of want to shame us for having, saying like, what, that's not what I'm looking for.
Well, I think there's there's they're surely becoming aware that the shaming tactics, we're onto it. It's not working anymore. Those same old way of talking to black men to either insult or to bring you in line, to get you to not really look at the things that's important to you, but choose things that are important to others, even if you have to sacrifice your own personal successes and happiness for what you would like. Thanks, Jeffrey, for the comment. Hello, salute to you, Mr. Lee. Much appreciated. But one of the things that I thought was very artful of the young man is because the moment his mother asked him, "What about her? How does she see him?" The immediate reaction was he got up out of his chair, he walked over, hugged his mom, consoled her, and told her, "Mommy, you're pretty."
Right. He's warming her up to like, okay, you not what my ideal of attracting for a woman that I want is. And you made
Right.
a really good point with him, reassuring her before he puts the hammer down that big girls is not my thing.
And the thing is, he was able to compartmentalize
Hmm.
because he can make the distinction between the girl that I like and my mother.
Yes.
Those are two different things.
But he also knew what his mother wanted him to say,
Correct?
and he was intellectual enough to override that natural reaction to please mom, and to be bold enough to say like, this is what I like, and to stick to that and to say that despite his mom being right there within close proximity. She's probably looking at him with those eyes as mothers do, with that body language. He managed to, even despite all of that pressure, to say what she likes, to stand on his own square and be like, this is what I want. That says a lot.
And that's a good point because that is extremely a lot of pressure
Mm-hmm.
by your mother when she conflate herself to be in the selection of girls that a young boy would like, her young son would like, knowing that she does not fit
Mm-hmm.
the overall requirement that the boy said he likes. He said skinny, beautiful, and chocolate. Now, we don't know if
Yep.
his mom is chocolate or not. Maybe she is because the boy is dark also,
Mm-hmm.
right? But we know she's not slim.
No.
She
And he
doesn't
knows
fall
that.
into the category of skinny. But the awareness that the kid had, I would say that's what really struck me because he was so aware of when the conversation changed. And immediately he knew what to do to soften the message.
But it's instinctual for us men. It's one of those things that we have when it comes to protection. Protection is not just something physical. It can be mental. It could also be like, hey, the words that we say or the things that we do. He was protecting his mom at that particular point, which is what one
Right,
of the P's that
but
we have.
absolutely right. But why would he need to protect his mom when there was no apparent danger?
Because he realizes that she's emotional, she has a particular state, and her feelings will matter. That he did
Her
not want to
exactly that her feelings
disrupt
matter.
the environment that they were currently in, her behaviors, and then how he was going to be treated based upon what he said.
And that's a good point. What you said at the end, how he could be treated based on what he said, which
Mhm.
is why I said the way he's responding is kind of cringeworthy because it shows that he has experience
Mm.
in dealing with the manipulation of his mom. This is not a first time off the cuff for him to be able to just know instinctively, I got to do this. That come by training.
Or experience the things that he has seen. But the thing is that even though he's been through these situations and these circumstances before, to have that amount of courage to say that, and not be so scared. When it comes to being brave, you have to be tested in so many different ways where you become confident to a point where you're not really afraid of consequences. So for him to
Well,
go through that many series of those tests in order to say that on camera, now she was recording,
right.
without fear of the consequence, that says a lot about him. He sounds like a pretty strong fella so far.
Well, I don't think he could be cognizant of the potential, let's say, internet consequences. That he wouldn't understand. But I think the fact that he was so aware of the consequences of this is an intellectual danger. This is not a danger that you can just see coming like a bus or a train or a bike or a person walking down the street shooting a gun. This is not an apparent danger that even a young kid could see it and know this is danger. This is an intellectual perception of how one might see themselves, knowing that what their reality is and what it is that this young boy liked is so drastically different that if I say what the question is asking me without laying a foundation,
Hmm.
my mom's feelings will be hurt.
Yes, and by
That
her
is, hold on
feelings.
one second, hold on one
Mhm.
second. That is something that a young college student, 21, 22, 23-year old, would be sophisticated to make those. That's what we call critical thinking. When the information is present, the answer is present, but is not clearly identified, but it's there in the information. And sometimes I hear us talk about some people not having critical thinking skills.
Mm.
That young boy showed exceptional critical thinking skills. He extracted the valuable piece of information, analyzed it, determined what would be the next steps, and before answering the question, made sure he comforted the one person that could be offended by the answer at 7 or 8 years old.
You know, I've always thought highly of 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 men, particularly in the younger age like him, being men ourselves.
Well, I would
You
say
know,
let's refer to him as a boy because
as a
he's not a
boy.
man.
Okay,
And sometimes,
as
no, because sometimes other races tend to refer to our young boys as men and then mistreat them, which are boys. So let's keep the distinction between where the transition for men are and where boys are. And this is clearly, he's not even 10 years old. So he's definitely in the boy category. Right?
yes,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
and as a boy, um, growing in a particular environment that he's in, mainly because of his mom being there and him just really being really cognizant of his masculinity that is forming itself, and that's all it is. It's just his masculinity is just trying to speak out, and he's not suppressing that. He's not allowing the opinions of his mother or the opinions of other females to kind of suppress that. And we all have that as young boys. It really
Well,
depends on the
I
individuals that we are around that allow that masculinity to kind of to come out. The thing is that learning that how to control it, and how you can have it to make it play in your favor without it becoming too toxic or too overboard, where you become to act mainly in emotion, which really gets us in trouble at that particular stage when we are a boy getting into our masculinity. So um it doesn't surprise me at all for the answers that he's saying, speaking on his truth, because children, they don't really have anything to hide. They're going to
well let's
tell it like
let's
it
not
is.
let's not let's not speak like women where we say his truth, right? That's not his truth. He spoke about what he saw, which means if you saw what he saw, you would come to a very similar conclusion that she's fat.
Do you
That
believe that
wasn't,
she
go ahead.
that uh, when I say, I'm saying mainly his essence, his nature.
No, because see, one of the things we can't do, especially as adults, we start changing the message of things. Like at his age, he know black is black and white is white, brown is brown, green is green. And the reason why I think he was able to be so direct, even though he was compassionate, he showed an exemplary amount of compassion in responding to the questions. I think that what we tend to do sometimes is we will look at a young boy like that and believe that every young boy have that capacity. Every young boy don't. But I would say this, that because he was 7, 8, 9, maybe in that range, he still had enough innocence left in him to speak honestly. By the time he is 12, 13, continuing under that type of psychological maneuvering, if he have to endure that until he's 18, the next 10 years, what kind of man will he develop into? Will he be able to sustain himself and be strong? And if so, will he change to like fat women and BBWs as opposed to what he used to like, slim, skinny, as he said, and dark chocolate, sexy, sexy chocolate? Like this to me, when I see this, is like I'm thinking there are a million homes with a million boys have to figure out a way how to negotiate, how to deal with their mom to not hurt their mother's feelings. At 8 years old, being questioned about what kind of girl you like. And when the girl doesn't fit the image of your mom, mom is hell bent on persuading you, however she does it, persuade you to broaden your opinions, to include what she wants included, which is the image of her.
That's going to be tough, Lee, um, on a lot of different aspects of it. As a boy, his age, you know, consequences to your actions and what you say, particularly when it says something about your mom, it's going to be held against him on a higher level, and he is acutely aware of that.
Yes.
That's why he initially went with stroking her ego, giving her a hug, and telling her how beautiful she was, and mama knew it, that when he came over there and
Right.
did that, she
Of
knew, you
course.
know,
Yeah.
but for him to still, stand on that in his answer. Now, as this little boy grows up, in order for him to kind of maintain that his self-awareness and what he wants, his environment is going to play a really big part of that. He can only
Absolutely.
be as strong in his mind if his environment is conducive to being around, big women and overweight women. That is going to have an effect on that thinking, to have him to recalibrate, like, hey, like, wait a minute, I know I have this, but now I'm getting accustomed to being around all of these certain types of women, which will begin to shape his mind and to reconfigure his thinking, along with puberty that's happening. And then you'd have individuals, of the peer pressure and all these things. So he's gonna have a lot to go through, but the environment is going to play a really big stage, as far as whether he holds this frame or whether he goes to conform to what's around him.
Hold that thought for a second before I respond. Jay Boss said, Sage, before you said manipulative was the one word, I would choose for that mom in the video, or the word he would choose for that mom in the video would be needy. I understand. I can see where you're coming from when you say needy. But I think, something that we all have to understand about women in general, the general nature of women is to be manipulative,
Hmm.
because it's a survival skill,
Yes,
and it's a survival skill to deal with men. The
correct.
difference is, where there are no men in the home, that boy don't get a balance between how to deal with the love of his mom and his outlook as a young man, as he's groomed to become a man. And because he doesn't have a father in the home, that could be quite, or possibly don't have a father in the home, that could lead to an imbalance in his perspective. Maybe he does have a father in the home, and that was what allowed him to be as direct as he was.
Hmm.
We don't know. But definitely, you know, you yourself, you said you kind of grew up in the South, and the women in the South were bigger,
Hmm.
but you seem to have overcome that and moved to places where you
the
can find the type of
environment
woman you want.
the environment had to change, and my environment did change once I went outside of that particular area and went to different areas, and I saw and I realized, like, hey, like, okay, this is aligning more with what my ideal of what I find attractive is. And I made sure that I kept myself in that particular environment, where I was able to really, go after, what I thought was attractive. And you made a really good point when it comes to, women being manipulative. And I think a lot of guys probably not even aware of that women by nature use that as a self-defense, as you said, that they know that they're not physically stronger than a man, that they can't overpower a man. But what they will do is they will tap into that femininity, which will bring a man's guard down. And then by their words, they'll begin to manipulate the circumstance or the situation or the thinking of that man to change his behavior, so that therefore they can escape, out of that particular danger. So I don't think a lot of men would really, look at it that way, but I see exactly, what you said. And environment plays a really, because I'm seeing some of the chats and things that you're putting up, and it really is about environment. What type of environment are you in? And is it really conducive to what your standards of beauties are, what your standard of success is, what your standard of prosperity is? And that's going to play a really big part in how well you grow and how far you grow. So this little boy here, you know, realizing that he has a preference, he knows what he's looking for, and he knows what he wants, even going against this tidal wave of his and the pressure of his mom, trying to hold him down, like, okay, this is what you should want because this is what I am, and this is what the majority of the women are. So I don't want you to hurt their feelings. I want them to feel as though they have a shot with a man like you, but you have to like these type of women in order to help them feel good.
Right. So he has to sacrifice his life.
Hmm.
No matter what he achieved, he has to sacrifice his desire and what is a pleasing woman for him
Hmm.
to basically get the love of his mom.
Yes.
And that's the real big takeaway for me in this video, because at such a young age, he's fully aware of that. He's fully aware of consequences. He's fully aware of the effects of words. He's fully aware of how to soften a situation if you want to say something that is potentially can be taken the wrong way.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? There's a lot of sophistication in what he did that is more of a grown person's behavior than a kid at 8 years old.
He was really confident, Lee. He didn't stutter. He didn't stammer. He was very articulate. He was very clear. He was walking that line between, not hurting his mom's feeling, but also standing on his square, saying, "Hey, this is what I want." I mean, like a little boy with such power like that. It's like, man, hope he continues to have the right guidance like that in order for that to really fully, come out and change the world in some type of way.
Well, I think, more and more young men are starting to come out and say what they want in women. I think one of the legacy of Kevin Samuels, rest in peace to my brother,
Mm,
that he definitely has laid the bar down as to men being able to more openly speak up for what it is that they want and or what they don't want.
hmm.
And more men are starting to say, look, I want a healthy woman. I want a sexy woman. I want an attractive looking woman. At least to start. I
Hmm.
mean, if you're going to put on 200 pounds, at least do it 3 or 4 babies down the
Three or
line.
four babies down the line. Yeah, not
Don't
not coming
come
out the
in,
gate. As soon as the gun
don't
go
come
off,
in the
you
gate at 250, because that you're going to be at 400, 500.
yes. I
And
think
you still got to be a top producer and
yes.
offer her the life that
Hmm.
she thought she was going to get by choosing you when
Hmm.
you propose.
Yes.
So you
And not
can't
expecting her to
deviate.
change.
You can't deviate in your success trajectory and
No.
the accomplishments. You still have to fulfill that. But she doesn't have to fulfill any of the things that she brought to the table that you liked and appreciate. I think this is something that more and more men are starting to speak on. And with that young brother that's talking about moving to Brazil, I think he's waking a lot of brothers up, because
Yes.
he's not the type of guy that you would say can't get a woman. He doesn't fall into that category.
No. He's
And I think
basically on
that's
his experiences with women.
these experiences. And what
Hmm.
he's saying is that my experiences with these type of women are considerably different from my experiences with these other type of women.
I can kind of agree with him because I have my similar things, here with some of the women that I deal with. There are certain, types of women that I have a better experience with than others. And it's like you have to make the choice whether you want to kind of try to hold the line and diminishing yourself a little bit, lowering your standards a little bit versus actually going with what you want and trying to help something to be more productive. And he's really speaking out to the individuals that have these experiences, and their experiences are valid. And Kevin Samuels, rest in peace, he made a lot of brothers wake up to that. Not only was he just on the women, he was also on the men hard,
Oh,
on the
absolutely.
men hard, on the men, getting them to realize, like, listen, you say you want this thing in the type of woman, but when you find that type of woman, is she going to find the type of man that you are? So you got to man up. You have to start doing all of these things. And I think that point that he did in that particular sector with the men is really, really overlooked. that it caused you to shake yourself and to realize, like, you know what, I'm not as much as a man as I think that I am. That he peels back all the leathers and really get the layers in order to get you to self-analyze and self-reflect, like, you know what, I am not ready for the type of woman that I want. I need to get ready and be prepared. And this little boy here, he's on that particular trajectory.
Absolutely. And one of the things that Kevin was so artfully capable of doing was he showed that, look, doesn't matter how hard they come at you, because I'm gonna be the example to show you how hard they're gonna come at you.
Hmm.
And I think they threw everything at Kevin
Yes.
to try to destroy him, to try to hurt his ego, to try to hurt his platform, to try to shame him. And every day, every week, and every show, he addressed the issues, but he addressed them in such a professional, cunning way, and how he weaved it into his message that he was able to deflate or take the air out of everyone's poison darts that were
Hmm.
coming at him. And even after his death, especially those who said, well, that didn't know him, that tried to imply that he didn't check men. He's got a whole portfolio 3 years deep checking men.
Yep. And checking them hard, making some of these guys break down and cry. Some of
Absolutely.
these men, but he knew that these men lacked that father figure, that masculine man that's going to tell them this is what it needs to be. It's kind of like, like 300, like Leonidas.
Right.
He's telling these guys, like, listen, you're not Spartan. And doing the training and stuff, and he's like, okay, you're not a true Spartan because you're not up to the standard. And that's basically what he was doing. I think he did a lot of good for a lot of men,
And
who
he set
changed their
the
perspective.
standard too.
Yeah,
He set the bar
absolutely.
for the standard. He set
And
the
these,
bar for what is considered a high value man, besides
yes,
the economics, but the other five criterias that goes in to make you up as a valuable man.
yes.
And then he also said to the women, if this is what you want as a man, if this is your starting point, what are you bringing to the table to get a man like this?
Hmm.
Do you have
Because
what it takes to give the man that have this to offer you
mhm,
what he wants?
because he has standards, just like that little boy has
There you go.
standards.
Absolutely. Because he has standards. Hey, Cassandra. Thanks for the hello. How you doing today?
Well, listen, Lee, I'd love to continue this chat with you, but I have to head out and commute back home.
Not
I
a
will
problem.
be
Have a safe
continuing to
trip.
listen. I may chime back in. I'll see what time it is by the time that I get back. But it's
Okay.
always an honor, and you are one of my favorites on YouTube when it comes to content like this.
Much
So keep
appreciated.
doing
Thanks
your
a lot.
thing. The haters gonna hate, but you're just gonna keep doing it.
Hey, no problem.
All right, man. Thank you. Have a good day. Good show.
Likewise. Likewise. Much appreciated. There's another clip I want to see if I can pull up. Give me a second, guys. Uh, Let me see if I can find this, because it's funny, because this is the video that I saw that little boy was basically saying this is what he likes. Okay, let's see. Sharing. Let me see if I can get this other video up. Stop sharing. Okay. But yeah, this video right here, I think is what that young boy was talking about. That's what he's talking about right here. Now, they're not dark skinned, but they're skinny. Now, this is Hooters in Thailand. And I checked this video out earlier, but I will say this. There's no black guys here, visibly. There's nothing but white boys. And the woman with the most flowers is the one that wins. And those who are giving out the flowers are nothing but white boys. Now, I know as black men, we be talking about a lot of different things on promoting us finding black love overseas. But let's understand that the white man has been doing this for a long time. It's new for us, but he's been doing it for a long time. And I think one of the things we got to understand, because as black men, we're just learning how to exercise a little bit of power. Because we got a little bit of money. We got a little bit of respect, and now we're trying to flex. But we will have to travel. We'll have to break the psychic connection that we have with our mothers that have held us down and held us back. And we have to be able to delicately but directly tell them our wants and our desires are not yours. And as men, and even as young boys, we're entitled to have our own desires, our own wants, and our own likes. And if it's not in the image of you, it's just not in the image of you. And I think 2022 begin self-awareness, like Kevin stated back in 2021. What's going to be the key word for 2023? Because definitely black men looking for their own freedom, exercising their freedom, which really is choice. And that choice is going to show up big time come November. I think for the first time, the Democratic Party and black women are going to realize that the leadership that they've always sought and accuse us as men for not leading. Let's see if they are followers and they're going to follow the black man's leadership. Or are they going to buck the leadership? Are they going to follow the black man's leadership, or are they going to block or buck the leadership? Because we know many times people ask for something, and then when they get it, they don't necessarily like it anymore. And black men, we're coming into our own. We're making a decision to exercise and live a life of choice and power and freedom. And the first woman you got to free yourself from, ironically enough, the first woman you got to free yourself from is your mama and your girlfriend and your wife and your ex-wife and your second wife. All the women who have that control over you, what you do, what you say, where you go, where you spend your money, who you like, who you don't like. You got to tell them to get behind you. You're running the show. It's the black man times to lead. If an 8-year-old can do it, I'm going to say that again. If an 8-year-old can do it, why can't we? Why can't so many other black men be bold enough, sophisticated enough, emotionally intelligent, awareness enough to check your mama, check your girlfriend, and check your wife? And as long as you know you didn't do it in a mean-spirited way, you consider their feelings, but you were direct and honest with them, that they need to respect you for that. Point blank, period. The only way we're going to get our respect with our women and with the simps or anybody else is to put whatever it is that we say into action. Say it and do it. Say it and then do it. No different than the brothers who are passport bros, SYSBMs, that whole crew. They said it, now they doing it. Soon they ain't going to be saying shit, they're just going to be doing it. And that's a fast-growing community of black men. And they're spreading and they're growing. 2023, it's going to be a hell of a year. If nobody else in the chat's got nothing to say or would like to come up on a panel, this is going to be one of my quickest shows. I will say this, that I want to thank everyone for tuning in to Sage Talk today. I was hoping that more gentlemen would want to come up and have this conversation. I know it's one of the last few Sundays that we have where the weather is going to be good, so maybe a few people are out hanging. But one of the things I try to do when I bring our topics in conversation is that I try to keep it interesting. I try to find key aspects of what might be a trending clip or information that we could tend to look at it from different perspectives. And my perspective is always to try to identify what's the underlying hinge behind what's being done. Is there some type of ulterior motive? Is there a secondary effect that can actually come from this situation being prolonged? And if so, is that effect positive or negative? And in the more recent past, the way we have seen our black women, black mothers interact with either young black fathers or in this case, a young black boy. Now, I know many people will say it's humor. Well, he definitely dealt with it with an acute sense of humor and respect and with a high level of emotional intelligence. I think that what he's demonstrated is that black boys who grow up into black men have an exceptionally acute, sharp, emotional IQ and awareness. It's just that sometimes over time, it may get dulling for whatever reason. Or some of us may choose not to use it anymore because we use so much of it as a kid as a form of a survival tactic to always subjugate yourself onto the whims of your mother. Don't care how good-natured or contrary-wise she may mean what she do. I think black boys should be tested on their emotional intelligence, and we should see what those scores look like. Because they may not be reading at the appropriate grade because they're not trained or motivated to, whatever. But I think that they have developed other inert skills that put them by leaps and bounds ahead of other young kids in their peer group. And looking at this video, it's obvious that this young boy is light years away in his emotional development, interacting with a woman that he care about, that he love, and that he would never want to hurt. But in put into a position to answer a question that could be interpreted or that can have some type of negative fallout. He tactfully took steps to minimize the damage. That's not only emotional awareness, but that's critical thinking. Hey, Dusko, what's up?
What's going on? Can you hear me loud and clear?
I can hear you good.
Okay. New microphones had some problems with the other day.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had some problems last week with mine. I'll wait till I get a better one, but this one's gonna have to work for now. What's going on? How you doing?
Interesting topic. I see like another dark hole missing from this.
What's that?
Single mother raised child. I was raised with both my parents. I get certain things from my mom, get certain things from my dad. My mom will always tell you my father is the most important parent.
Your mom always used to say that?
She'll still say that. My father is more important than she is. My sister, who's married, she'll tell you she didn't know, but as she got married and had children, that her husband is the more important parent.
Okay.
With this little kid, what I see is a lack of what a father provides: structure, discipline, and a sense of identity, which you actually stand on.
Say that again? No, repeat that.
I see the kid lacking. The kid lacking from a missing father, the sense of identity, the sense of standing on what it is that you believe on. I mean, standing on what it is that you believe, having a sense of identity. And unfortunately, in the Black population, a lot of those who don't have identities get a court-appointed identity.
Well,
Media, your mama.
Let me stop you right there for a second. Didn't
Okay.
the kid demonstrate that he had?
Yeah, that's for now.
Believe in?
Right, at 8 years old, but he got to go from 8 to 18.
Yeah, and that's
the
part of the dilemma.
We know how this
That
works.
is part of the dilemma that I raised as a potential, Q&A.
Right.
What type of, and I posed it as two potential options. What type of man will he turn out to be by the time he's 18, 19, 20?
Right now, he's going to go through the pushback phase.
Mm-hmm.
Where mama tell him, no, you got to get some big masculine, whatever, like me, a single. That's transitioning. And then, certain phases, that's going to get pushed into being the default. or at least there's a 80 to 90% chance that that's what's going to be pushed into the default
Right.
of where he goes. That's what he's going to see. That's what's going to be around. That's going to be his sense of authority, and it's going to be his default sense of identity. So the one that he has, I don't know, is going to eventually be trying. They're going to try to strip it away from him. Also, the next 10 years, 200-pound women are going to be 300-pound women. Right now, the obesity is so bad, the kids are already fat. So what are they going to look like 10 years from now? So what's
That's
going
true.
to
I can see that.
Yeah, like the average African American woman in 2000 weighed 155. And 2019, prior to COVID, is 187. There's 32 pounds in a matter of those years prior to COVID. They getting big. So what are you gonna have to choose from? Trying to find a skinny woman? Oh, yeah, he got a problem. The struggle to find. I'm 42. It's struggle to find them at my age. So what he gonna have to choose
Yeah,
from? Let's see
you're
what
at a deficit, no doubt.
Yeah, and that's if he
Because,
wants
I
a
mean,
black
because
woman.
most women at mid 30s would have had at least one or two child, right?
And
If they had a couple of kids, they're gonna put that weight on because, like, they use the kid as a excuse to put on weight, and the kids don't come out weighing 50 pounds; they put on 100 pounds. Kid is like 8 pounds. Like, where'd you do with all that weight?
Yeah, but I don't know. Sad seeing how this gonna how this all play, how this is already set to play out, versus the father coming and telling them, "Hey, you got to stand on what you believe in," or "Hey, fight for what's right. Get yourself in shape. Take care of your own body. This is how to do it. This is what to do." Instead of having that, the coaches, the certain type of environment, it's the quarter-pointed environment, and it's a recipe for disaster.
Well, that's so true. Now let's look at Golden Pisces.
That's not true. It's African
Says
American.
Hispanics are the fattest people in this country, but every race is fat as heck.
That
in
is
this
true.
country, LOL. Well,
That is true. Oh, go ahead.
the second part of the question is accurate.
The first
First
part.
part, I'm not sure, so I'm not going to say one way or the other. But what I will say is this: that just because someone else is a certain way, if it's not good, or in this case, healthy, does that allow us or give us justification to be as unhealthy and make the same type of choices that led them to be the way they are? Why are we being so irresponsible to look at whenever someone says something about us that we don't like, the first thing we do is look for someone else who have the same problems that we have and point out that they have the same problem.
I don't know.
How does that solve the problem for us black people? Whether you're overweight or whatever other issues you may be wrestling with, how pointing out that someone else have the same infraction get you to solve your infraction?
I don't know. I don't do that, but I notice it from a lot of the women, and then a high percentage even the men are doing it. To where I'm hearing stuff in YouTube streets tomorrow. Well, high value men put out the most kids in the streets. That ain't true. The Pookies is raising the community. They're gods. They take care of that ain't true. I hear all kind of stuff to where people just won't look at what's being said and say, hey, that might be true. Like when they say the average black man makes $46,000 a year, that is true. Or it probably is true. I mean, ain't anybody sizing up the paychecks, but it's probably true. And the men accept it. When they say average woman is starting to weigh more or will soon weigh more than men, that is true. Like, just accept what is true and what isn't. Black men being the most violent, that is true. Overall.
But when we say these things,
I'm just saying, except, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
People take this as a direct insult and then don't want to give it any credence because in some way it insults black people.
I mean, First, if you look in the mirror, they say black men are broke. All black men ain't broke, and if you're not broke, it doesn't apply. But then I
Exactly.
can understand defending, saying no, that's not true. All black men aren't broke. There are a lot of black men who make money. All black men don't raise a kid. That's not true. There are a lot of men raised with their mothers and their fathers. There are a lot of fathers fighting in custody trying to get their kids. If you drop a lot of children off with the fathers, a lot of fathers would actually be willing and able and probably do a better job and take care of the kids. There's only one way to find out. Drop them off. Come back in 6 months and see what the child's doing. So give them a chance. But the false narratives, yeah, they need to go away. Like when something's said, it should be backed up by something. Or it shouldn't be an all, or it should be like if you say something should apply to a majority, you should be able to back it up.
Right. You can
say-
either apply it to a majority or to
Right.
most or some.
Right. Most people are overweight. Most black men are overweight. A higher percentage of black women are overweight. If anybody doesn't believe it, go to the mall. And just do a 360. You'll see it. You try to move the goalposts. Well, it's the bone structures of the melanin. No, it's called fat. Let's be real. Let's not play games.
Yeah, because the bone structure is the same bone structure that was there in the 90s, the 80s, the 70s.
Bones aren't round and bones don't bounce.
60s. Yeah,
Yeah.
bones don't gain weight.
Yeah. But
Skin gain weight.
accept it. If somebody came to me and said black men are the most violent, by the numbers, it's true. And then I can say, I'm not violent. I haven't smoked anybody. Right? Overall,
Exactly.
it's true.
But that's something that in Black America, when it's said, and when it's said by someone that is influential, they usually come and try to attack him and discredit him to discredit the message, because the people who are fat or overweight or obese, somehow their feelings might be affected by hearing the truth about themselves. So we don't tell them.
If they were willing to listen, I would tell them. But if they ain't gonna listen, why even bother?
Yeah, but when we say it in public spaces, it's for everyone to hear. When we talk about women's submissiveness, that's something that's an issue for black men or most men. But when men say those things, primarily, if you're a man of influence, they try to cancel you.
I've been canceled. I get canceled daily, so I'm used to it. I just went ahead and signed up to be a international troll because I've come to realize, Manosphere and a lot of it's been around 10 years or something. They asked the women to lose weight. They asked the women to be cooperative, submissive. They said, "Hey, we'll do a better job. There are these men out here protect, provide, and want to be husbands." The women said, "No, we're not going to do this. We're not going to do any of that. And we're going to continue to say that at 300 pounds, we're still healthy, sexy, slim, and trim, and the man ain't doing it." That's what they said. So I just expected. So I usually just troll because they're not listening. And half of the men aren't listening. Some men are getting productive, listening, gaining information, and becoming more productive. Some of them just want to fight and argue and say, I got more ladies than you. I make more money than you. Or if not, I'm going to fly to your city and I'm going to kick you in the teeth. That's not productive either.
I think there's space on YouTube for all types of mentally challenged people. And if your development is that how you look to deal with conflict or difference of opinion is the way you deal with it in the hood, by threats and violence. One thing I think is great about YouTube is it's voluntary. You tune into the stations you want to see, to the platforms that you want to see. So if you're tuning into a platform that promotes a message that is antithetical to what you like or believe, the question is, why are you there? For those who patronize that, but Kenneth Fitzgerald says, bones do gain and lose weight. Well, bones lose density and in some cases, flexibility. But I don't think there's a bone in the body that would grow proportionately to be able to sustain a man or a woman when they get up to 5, 6, 700 pounds
Well,
or more. The
according to
bones
Golden, go ahead.
don't gain more strength and get stronger because you get heavier. Matter of fact, you're more at risk at breaking bones once you start getting at a certain weight because the bones themselves become too stressed. Well, Kenny, if this is an area that you have some knowledge, hit the link. Come on up. Educate me. I'm
Hey,
always
say,
open to things that I don't know.
can you
Go ahead.
post a Golden Pisces message about have you noticed a higher single mom rate? Can you post that one?
1 second. Golden. There we go.
This is the stuff I'm talking about.
Have you noticed the higher the single mom rate, the fatter BW have become? If anything, it's black men who cause black women to become fat because of the stress and welfare food we had to eat.
How do you blame a man that's not there? It's talking about a single black woman. How do you blame a man who ain't there? And her being fat might be the reason he ain't there. And isn't it a woman? Isn't woman supposed to be in the kitchen before the man even shows up, cooking, eating? How did that become a black man's fault? So the man was in the kitchen cooking butterbean pie, stuffing them down a woman's throat, but she's a single black woman. So he was driving in 30 minutes away from the suburbs. This is the stuff I'm talking about.
Well, I would add a little bit more to what you're saying is that if she's aware that being a single mother caused a black woman to become fat, when did she figure this out? After she became a single mother and got fat, or by observation?
And worse is her picture. She doesn't even look like she's overweight. It's even worse.
Well, I'm not saying one way or the other. If the statement truly pertains to her, or if she's just making a comment based on what she observed. I think maybe it would be good to convince women to not have babies until they're married, since you guys have the control over babies being born. This is part of the accountability with women, not just black women, but women particularly. And if welfare food, I don't know what is welfare food, because the EBT card and stuff like that, they're not selective anymore, except maybe for alcohol and certain things like that. But you could pretty much buy anything from steak to shrimps, from off-market brand to whatever brand products you like, using an EBT card. It's just like a debit card. So it's not like the government is bringing around greasy cheese that weighs as much as a brick for you to use. You go in the supermarket and you buy what you can buy for the budget that you've set. So this welfare food comment is not a true comment. At least it doesn't apply in New York.
This is the stuff. No, I'm just saying this is the stuff. Not just coming up and saying, hey, like there are men who just come up and say, you know what, I need to make some more money. Or hey, I'm only working 40 hours, maybe I need to get a second job. Or hey, like I could tell you, there's times I just won't make no money. I was aware and I knew it was a problem, so I had to do what I had to do. There was some hard times. I faced it like a man and went and did what I had to do. I didn't go, oh, the white man, oh, the system, oh, if black women woulda, coulda, shoulda. No. I was up to 222 pounds at my biggest. I'm 6 feet tall. I'm 190 right now, older, so it can be done. I used to be 500 down 190.
Okay, Kenneth, you said you used to be 500 pounds and now you're down to 190. So you lost 310
110 pounds.
pounds. But the question is whether or not did your bones grow to accommodate the 500-pound weight? And in so growing, did your bones retract in its mass when you lost the weight? Okay. Hey, Kenneth, good afternoon. Welcome to Sage Talk.
What's going
How are
on?
you?
What's
And,
going on? Good afternoon, y'all.
and respect to you for actually camming up too,
I
Absolutely.
mean, why not?
even
If
if you got smoke.
if you're gonna be about your word, you might as well, reveal yourself.
Absolutely.
Um, yeah, you were definitely wrong about the bone stuff.
Go ahead, talk to me.
Yeah, density and size is different. It's a difference. Density is more so about like the minerals. Size is more so about the tissue. Um, the
No, I'm talking about density of the bone, not and size of the bone, not the size of of the uh, of the muscles and fat surrounding the bone.
Right. So the size of your bone depends on your height and your weight. So it can fluctuate
But
and
no, the size of your bone will grow to whatever your nature's weight based on your genes put you. How much weight you put on your body after you reach whatever your mature height is optional to you by what you eat, your diet, and your level of exercise.
I mean, yeah, be that as it may, but nonetheless, it still can grow.
What? What?
Depending on your size and your weight. So, for instance,
Uh
like I
huh.
said, I used to be over 500 pounds. I
Right.
didn't know that my bones had expanded and had grown until I lost over 300 pounds. And I asked my doctor, like, why is my bone sticking out like crazy? And he said that, they did the test and everything. And they said that, well, your bones have grown over time to support the weight. So your bones do grow. Now, it's because of you gaining weight, and, height and things, but it does grow. When you get older, you shrink, your bones get more, it
Brittle.
yeah, it gets more brittle. It gets smaller in size, so it does
Well,
fluctuate.
that obviously yes, but that is the normal life of life, whether it's us human organic tissues or our bones. They grow to suit us to fit whatever mature age, wherever maturity is for men and women, 23, 24, somewhere in there where you fully stop growing and your body is developed. Then after that, you start putting on, if you're a man, you start putting on masculine weight. If you're a woman, you put on a more complete, full feminine body,
Right,
right?
but then when you're a woman, it's like when y'all have these conversations, it's like y'all
Mhm.
totally forget the aspect that women have the power and life altering gift to birth babies
That
and
is no,
things.
every animal on the
No, bro.
planet can do that. What are you
Can
talking
I
about?
can I finish my?
No, but I'm saying you're saying something like it's super miracle. It's
It
not.
is. It is.
Every animal on
Um,
this planet does the same thing.
Whoa.
My dog just my dog just impregnated another dog a few weeks ago.
Good for your
In
dog.
in a few weeks, guess what? That female dog is going to do the same thing black women do, white women do, Chinese women do, Arab women do. Every female of a species that is a mammal that don't birth through an egg birth the same way. It's not, it's part of the miracle of life and creation, but it's not unique to any other mammal.
Well, it's unique because we can't do it. That's
But no,
it's it,
that is not a male's function.
oh my
Like
God.
a woman can't get herself pregnant either. She can't
Right.
do it.
But
So does that make us more superior because we can impregnate? Does that give us this ultra special way of being superior to every other mammal on the planet?
can I finish my
No,
statement?
I'm asking you a question because you made a
My
statement about.
my statement is answering the question. So you
Okay, go
can't
ahead.
statement without listening. Um, so my point of saying that is that we can't do that. So we don't know. I mean, we could read up on it, obviously, but it changes the woman's body significantly, and it over time, some women just may never like go back to before giving birth. That's
That's
something that
true.
we can't understand.
That's true.
Our body isn't altered. We could drink beer and look pregnant, but like we're not giving birth. There's not like something growing inside of us. So you can't
But
just
you
gloss
okay.
over that and
But
pretend that
no
is,
one was talking about pregnancy.
I
How
know
did that even come in the
talking about,
conversation?
I brought it up.
Kenneth, why? Just why? Here's the deal. They're fat. They're getting fat before the kids. Then they're having kids with men who don't qualify for dust. They're coming with another man's kids fat. It's called irresponsibility, not taking care of yourself. Women know that beauty matters. So a woman at 30 years old has been adult for 12 years. What do they have to show for the 12 years that they've been adult? Fat and kids. That's a problem. And you're talking about over 50% of the women.
There's nuances to all of this. People
This
are
is the stuff I'm talking about.
but
This.
can't just gloss over it. I mean, it's like you guys
But
make
we're
all
not glassing over it. We're shouting
you're
it from the rooftops,
you're
saying
making
it's a problem.
you're making statements without truly understanding the layers of it all. Some
We
people
don't
The
have to
layers of
understand.
fat.
We don't.
some people
But
can't
what you have
wear,
to understand,
some
Kenneth,
people have diseases
Kenneth,
where
Kenneth,
weight.
Kenneth,
People
we
can't lose
don't
weight.
care.
That
No,
too.
That's Kenneth,
have a
we don't care. If
guys,
that's something that's important to you, fine. But many men, those excuses
it's not an
don't
excuse.
it is. You know why?
It's a
Because when a woman is told that she should get with a man that makes 46,000 or 42,000, you know what she said? I could never see myself submitting to a man that makes 46,000. Likewise, I couldn't see myself being with a woman that's 300 pounds. And the reason why you got there is not my problem. And I don't care. And if that's important to you, cool. But let's deal with the subject at hand. The subject had to do with the manipulation this young boy had to endure in talking to his mother. One, telling his mother his taste in women that he liked, which actually dispel the notion that black men don't like black women. His specific answer was, I want a skinny, chocolate, sexy girl. That's what he said.
But how did she manipulate him? I watched the video.
You watched the video?
Yeah, and
Okay.
Hey,
Once he
Kenny,
said
how
that
did
he
somebody manipulate you? That's what I want to know.
liked. No,
what do you
let me,
how
let me answer his question. When the young man told his mom what he
don't
liked,
please don't be foolish.
say again.
Don't be foolish.
I'm
It's,
not. Am I
I'm
being foolish, or
talking to
are you
Dusty.
saying something else?
I'm being foolish, but go
Okay.
ahead.
All right.
Don't be foolish, Dusty.
Okay.
Dusto.
Same thing.
Okay. Let's not be disrespectful on the panel.
He
You guys
started
want to be disrespectful, you could do it in the chat.
first. I'm not.
No, we're good.
Yeah,
Just
you
Okay.
conversation.
try to insult me and say that I'm manipulated, and then when I rebuttal, you say that we're not doing it. You insult. You didn't even ask me a question. You insulted me. That shows how little you are, Dusty.
Okay, I'll explain it. Because I won't do the back and forth and I respect Sage's panel. Here's the deal. There's a problem. They're overweight. They got kids all out in the street, and it's a problem. What you're doing is enabling the problem versus saying, hey, here's a solution. I can go to the gym right now, ain't no black woman in there. So if you really care about better living and better whatever, you should probably look and evaluate the problem for what it really is, instead of saying, well, we don't know what really happened. Their bone structures. No, these are the same women, same genes, and the gyms have been open 24 hours in any major city.
But
They're not there. They're not eating fruits and vegetables and not drinking water. That's the problem. And they said no. That's the problem.
Well, the thing is,
You're enabling the problem.
whether it's in the water or it's what you eat or what you drink, the brothers that can afford to make a choice and a woman that they want, they're flying overseas to find a woman that they want. Now, obviously, that's not going to be
I
the
think-
majority of men, because
And your microphone is cut.
afford to do that. Let me
Your
finish
microphone
my
is cutting in and out, Kenneth, just so you know.
Yeah, 1 second, Kenneth. The guys that can afford to do that, they don't have to deal with the reasons as to why you fat. That's regardless. You know, the thing is, from the 90s on back, you could see slim, skinny, full, and even thick black women. But obesity was not something that was prevalent in our community in the 90s going back. Now, if you look at our community, finding a slim girl is the rarity. It's not the norm. And if you are saying that there's so much health problems in Black America as to the reason why they're fat, at least acknowledge the fact that they're fat. Then we can deal with the reasons to help them overcome those reasons. But if you're not going to acknowledge the fact that there is something wrong, then you're never going to get to the problem, because if there's nothing wrong, there is no problem. If there's no problem, there's nothing to fix.
To begin, America at itself is getting by the decade.
Say again?
Your phone's still cutting in and out. I mean, your microphone.
Is this better?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Better.
Speak so we can hear you.
America's getting fatter by the decade. The statistics continue to grow. The average weight continues to excel higher and higher. So America's fat itself. Black men and black women, the difference is what? 10 points, 10%. The difference in overweight, black women and black men. It's not that far off. I think we center, well, not you guys center conversations around black women. When
This
newsflash,
conversation wasn't even about black women.
we're
You inserted that. You did say that, right?
we center weight, these conversations about weight with women, and we say that black women are overweight instead of saying our
So
black.
are you saying that little kid is
I mentioned
centering the
black men.
conversation?
I mentioned black men, and I'm not overweight myself.
Point out, I can't get my point out if you keep interrupting me. And then
No,
you tell
your mic keeps cutting in and out too. That's the other problem.
okay.
But I also want us to be able to have a dialogue. So if you touch on something that's prevalent at the moment, I'd like to have you address it, and then we could continue as well. I don't want it to be like a long speech. So what I was asking is, was this little boy trying to make his answer something that it wasn't? Was his mind infected in some way to make him say skinny? He's just going by his observation, what he see on TV, what he see in the movies, what he see around the block, maybe even what he see in his family. And the things that he finds attractive, he's saying, as it pertains to a girlfriend, what I would be attracted to is a skinny girl, not a fat girl. A dark-skinned girl, not a light-skinned girl. A sexy girl, not a not-so-sexy girl. So he laid out 3 criteria to his taste in his life. And I think that we know inertly the things that are good and what's right. But then when we grow up, authorities and policies and censorship and the sensibilities of not being able to speak honestly allow us to couch our conversation where it stretches the imagination of believability. Like, because 60% of America is getting fat, why would you choose to be in the 60% and not the 40%? So you could tip the scales back if more people choose to be in that 40%. Instead of making excuses that, well, the numbers are going up every year, that's because nobody's doing anything about it and nobody's holding people accountable to do anything about it.
Well, when I bring up these statements, if you're saying this is a dialogue and a conversation, then I mean, I'm not out here telling you guys to go out and date fat people. I'm stating that there are reasons why. I'm just stating some reasons why people are fat. I'm not stating that if you're dating someone, you have to care that they're fat. I'm not saying that. This is a conversation. It's about understanding. And
Well, okay, but you do know what the conversation was about. Do you know the topic of today's show?
what's the topic?
The topic of today's show is basically black men are emotionally intelligent. And it wasn't a question, it was a statement, right?
Okay.
Black men are the most emotional intelligent men.
I disagree, but
and I was using this young boy to demonstrate how black men are emotionally intelligent in the way in which he communicated with his mom. This whole thing about liking a fat woman, that's not even a conversation. The conversation is about.
That's what you guys were talking about.
No, we weren't. You brought that up. We weren't even talking about women at all.
We
were talking about the manipulation of mothers.
You guys were talking about fat women and why women are overweight before I even came up. That's why I came up.
No, the chat may have been talking about that.
I was talking about them fat women, but I was also talking about the topic too. So, yeah.
Fat was talked about before I came up. That's why I came up.
Okay, so you have something against men that don't like fat women? Is that what you're saying?
Oh my
or
gosh.
You just want us to know that there are different reasons why women are fat?
I said what I said. Please stop putting words in my mouth, Mr. Sid.
No, I'm asking you a question. I was putting it in the form of a question.
There are reasons why no one is stating for you to go out and date fat women. I'm saying that no one is saying, I'm not saying that when you're going out on a date, you're supposed to consider why they're fat. I'm saying because this is a dialogue, a conversation, that you talk about the why, hows, the where's, the when in conversations. Now, that's not how you want to, discuss and get better clarity and understanding. Then say that. If you're just going to be like on a very basic level without breaking down the layers, then just
I want to
say
keep
that.
it down on a basic level without breaking down the layers, because there's way too many layers. When you come to these big fat bitches, there's way too many layers.
Yeah, there's layers.
And we're not gonna go there with all these layers. You either fat, like the kid said, mommy, I love you, mommy. You're pretty, mommy, but you're fat.
Like where your mind
but you're
is
fat.
at.
Now, why did this? The question is, why did this fat woman, who is a mother, psychologically manipulate the child to consider her as one of his choices? Because she was not supposed to be one of his choices.
Your mic is still cutting in and out. It was doing fine for a minute. Now it's back to cutting in and out.
When you start speaking, well, if you're gonna express your behavior in such a way that it becomes disruptive, I'm gonna have to ask you to step down. But if you want to continue in the conversation, we could do that. Okay, cool.
Well, honestly, shout out to him for at least camming up and trying to have a conversation in the beginning. Most people talk trash in the chat and won't cam up. He at least did that.
When you come from 500 pounds, that's a long drop.
Well, it's different.
190. I don't know what is his height.
That's surgery.
He's a tall guy, or he's a short guy. That makes a lot of difference. Now, the protrusion of his bones may just be because his bones were pushed out of socket because of all that extra weight. It doesn't mean that his bones grew to adapt to the mass of weight. But I appreciate his position, you know. The bottom line is, if we don't set standards for our women, and I'm getting off topic because this definitely was not the topic, but if we don't set standards for our women, they can always play ignorant, like they don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's set standards. There's communication. There's guidance. There's everything. It's like the men are out here saying, "Look, this is what we want." They're pushing back. Hey, we'll work with you as you are, and then try to get you to what you want. Oh, they're still pushback. Hey, this is a lie. Oh, still pushback. All the black men ain't this. No, that's a lie. Still pushback. Then it's men coming. Then the men are joining that team, pushing back on the same false narratives. Why? If you were 500 pounds and you got down to 190, if you did it through surgery, it's different than doing it the real way. One question, why did you let yourself get to 500? What were people telling you as you were getting to 500? What were they telling you?
Well, not only what people are telling
That
you,
might be the problem.
you know, people who are fat like that act as though that they don't see the movability between themselves and other people who are not that big. Taking a shower, getting out of bed, climbing the stairs, washing your ass. Those
Which
things
one?
are not easy when you're at that weight. And for us to act as though that for some reason these people have no idea why they're putting on the weight. Now, if you have a metabolic imbalance of some sort, and it needs to be chemically treated with medication to get you to get your hormonal balance in place, so when you eat right, your body will do the right thing and how it processes the food. That's one thing. But that's not 40 million black people. Nor is it 50% of 40 million black people. Sicknesses appears in every group, whether you're human or whether you're animal. There's a percentage that gets sick. There's a percentage that'll be underweight. There's a percentage that will be overweight. But for us to act as though 60% of a demographic of people being overweight and going into obesity, like that is the norm for the future. If somebody don't speak out against it, like, hey, what's going on? Then it's going to continue to go on. Let me bring up Dr. Steele.
What's
Hey,
good?
Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
all right,
What's
hey,
going
guys.
on, Dr. Steele? How you feeling?
All right. Yeah.
Well,
I was-
first, I'd like to get your comment on the topic at hand, which was the young boy, the video,
Yeah.
how he reacted to his mother's inquiry about his taste in girls, and then the insertion of herself to get him to choose between the girls that he say he like and what his mother is.
Hey,
So
I'm about to drop. I got to drop down.
Okay, not a problem, Dusto.
Yeah,
Appreciate
the
it.
gym closes at 7. I got to lead by example.
Okay, knock it out.
All right.
Well, I missed the part where the mother, talks about, the difference between, the girls that he's dreamed of and women like her who are overweight. I missed that part.
Well, she didn't say it. She implied it. And that's why I said that this young boy is extremely adept at his ability to be emotionally intelligent about the woman or girl that he would find attractive. And let me just play the video again, so whoever is coming in late could take a look and listen to it. I'm gonna let it play continuously.
Skin girlfriend, or you want a black, or you want a chocolate girlfriend like you?
Oh yeah, I want some chocolate girl. A sexy chocolate girlfriend.
You want her to be skinny, or you want her to be thick, or you want her to be fat, or you want her,
No, I want a skinny.
you want her skinny.
Yeah, a skinny girlfriend.
What do you consider mommy? Do you consider mommy? What is mommy? Am I skinny?
Mama, you pretty.
You see that right there?
Hmm.
That's what I'm talking about. When she was asking him about what he likes, he was clearly able to demonstrate and explain, Mama, this is what I like. I want a skinny girl. I want a dark skinned girl. I want a chocolate girl. And I want her to be sexy. The boy was clear. He laid out a good criteria.
And he
But,
sure,
but then she now insert herself for him to choose between the girls that he liked and his mother. So immediately he was able to discern the question. This question shift. There was a shift in the question. And if I'm going to answer this question, I've got to be very careful not to hurt my mother's feelings. He made that assessment in a split second. He got out of his chair. He walked over to his mother. He gave her a hug. And he told her, Mama, you pretty, Mama. Let's hear the rest of it.
You ain't gotta go over there and hug me and tell me that. Jace, what I know you said I'm pretty, but what do you consider me to be? Am I skinny? Am I fat? What do you consider me?
You are getting fat, but I love you. I'm just saying you are getting a little fat.
Okay, so you don't want a girl my size.
What?
Okay. Again, when he's pushed to answer what Mama looked like, he can tell her, Mama, you're getting a little fat. Now he knows she's fat already, but he's softening it up again. Mama, you're getting a little fat. Then he comes in again, but you know, I love you because you're my mother. When she asked him, what about her? Don't you like girls like your mama? He was like, what? Immediately, he was like, what? I mean, this kid was astute, incredibly astute, because his mother was trying all kind of tricks on him.
I'm just saying.
I love you. I'm just saying
No,
you're
baby.
getting a little big, bigger from him. You getting like fat. You getting big, like that. Yeah.
Do you want a light skinned girlfriend, or you want a black, or you want a chocolate girlfriend like you?
Oh yeah, I want some chocolate girlfriend. A sexy chocolate girlfriend.
You want her to be skinny, or you want her to be thick, or you want her to be fat, or you want
No, I want a skinny.
So you want her skinny.
Yeah, a skinny girlfriend.
What do you consider mommy? Do you consider mommy? What is mommy? Am I skinny?
Mama, you pretty.
You ain't gotta go over
You
there
saw
and
that
hug me.
smile on his face when he said, what you consider mama? Immediately, he raked back in the chair. He smiled at her. He jumped right up.
yeah, because he loves his mom. That's why.
That's why when we get into a controversy in this space, what does the black woman always say to other black men?
All types of negative things.
What's the first thing they come out and say? Yo, mama black, you hate black women. Because this training right here This training right here is designed to do
Tell
one
me
thing.
that, Jace. What I know you said I'm pretty, but what do you consider me to be? Am I skinny? Am I?
I know you say I'm pretty, but am I a skinny pretty, thick pretty, or fat pretty?
Am I fat? What do you consider me?
You are getting fat, but I love you. I'm just
In other words, you fat mama, but you my mama. I love you. You're my mama. Why are you trying to put your see? This goes into son husbands, all type of stuff. Why are you putting yourself, inserting yourself into the girls that I like? Why are you making me choose between the girls that I like and you? Because she's leading the question towards her. She's training him to choose mama first above any other woman. That's why when the average black woman say, you hate black women and your mama black, that's part of the training she's tapping into. Don't you remember your training, boy? Boy, don't you remember your training? You're supposed to love your mama. She's black and she's fat, but you're supposed to love her anyway. She's supposed to be your first girlfriend. Watch what the little boy do next when she insert herself as the girlfriend type.
saying you are getting a little fat.
Okay, so you don't want a girl my size.
What?
I'm just saying.
See what he said? You don't want a girl my size. You don't want a girl my size. She pushing her son to like what he don't like. And to make his mother, by making herself one of the choices, she's trying to force him to say, well, if the woman is like you, mama, I like you, so I like fat women like you.
You know something, Lee. This is something I hear all the time. Boys, or should I say, men, want women that are in the image of a mother. Now, not in the image of a mother, but a mother figure. And also, I also hear that men, just like his mom, excuse me, he's going to allow women to control him.
Well, I wouldn't go that far because at least at this age, he's being delicate because he knows it's his mom. To be able to tell her clearly that, Mom, you're getting fat. Matter of fact, Mom, you're already fat. You know I love you, Mom. So he's telling her there's a distinction between you, my mother, who I love because you're my mother, but the girls that I like is a totally different metric. The girls that I like don't have to look like my mother. They don't have to be big and fat like my mom. They could be black like my mom, nice and chocolate. He said he wanted them chocolate, but he also said he wanted them skinny. He also said he wanted her sexy. Now, a little boy is not supposed to be looking at his mom and seeing sexy. So the mere fact that this kid was that developed mentally to have this conversation so in-depthly says something obviously about the conversations around him in general, right? But the point is, it's not unusual for a boy at 8 years old to be thinking about a girlfriend in school or to like girls. But the thing is watching what his mother was doing made it so cringing because we, in this space, we talk about son husbands. We know how detrimental the effect of son husbands are in our community. and how men who lack a certain level of emotional control goes off the handle in the defense of their mother without even questioning mommy, just go out and kill somebody because their mother said so or felt danger. Or when they deal with a woman, if a woman have an issue, they don't even find out what the problem is. They just confront the person and take them out if necessary. I'm going to bring Kenneth back up and Calvin X. Let's continue this conversation. And I'd like to keep the conversation both to Calvin and Kenneth on the topic at hand with regard to this young boy, how he dealt with his mom. What are some of the things that you see in terms of the way in which how the mother was conversing with her son, and what was the intent behind what she was doing, if you perceive anything at all? So we'll start with you, Calvin, first, then we'll go to Kenneth.
Okay, how you doing tonight, Mr. Lee?
I'm doing good. How are you, sir?
Pretty good. This is bad. This is bad. Where's the father at? Right? So that was my first thought. I don't think that's a conversation that a mom should be having with a young boy.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna be different with you there. I don't see a problem for a mother to have a conversation with her son about girls that he might like at school, girls that he might like in the neighborhood. What's his taste in girls? I don't see any of that being off limits for a mother to have a conversation with her son, mother or father, and vice versa, fathers with daughters. But when you start to try to manipulate the boy to put you in the group of the girls that he would like, knowing that his specifications, you don't meet one of them, and it's the first thing that came out of his mouth, skinny and black, chocolate, dark chocolate, right? We could assume that she's a dark-skinned woman because her son is dark-skinned, so we'll give her that. But the other part, that was off base.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Yeah, so that's what I was hitting on, like trying to coerce him into liking a certain type of woman, right? Like if he's telling you what he likes, just you can't. It was giving a bad vibe to the point where it was almost like, she was sitting there having the beer and trying to say, oh, he said, I don't like to drink. I don't want to grow up and drink. Which say, well, this beer is good though. It was kind of, why are you going against what he's telling you?
No, but it's worse than that. It's not that the beer is good. Mommy drink beer. Mommy like beer. Don't you like your mommy?
Exactly. So that's the vibe I got from it. It was not good intentions behind it, right? So it was kind of like you said, like Dusto was saying before, the weight sort of kind of becoming an issue in our community. And the problem is there's tiers to it. There's tiers to this weight right now. So the problem is most women fall in that kind of second tier, if you will, to where they're in the 200 something pound range, and then their leg to stand on is to say, well, I'm not as big as her. I'm not as big as a Lizzo or whatever you want to say. I'm not as big as this person, so I'm not that fat. But it's like, look, if guys are telling you what we want, you can't tell us what the standard is. You know what I mean? So it's like they're trying to recreate the standard for us when we're telling you what we want. We know what we like, and you can't force something down people's throat,
Well, I think it stems from take me as I am. I've got 2 kids, or I've got 3 kids. And if you're going to deal with me, you got to take me as I am, me and my kids.
There you go.
So that's all part of the training that I see subliminally that young boys are contending with at a young age, to be able to accept something that ordinarily, based on what they said, if you just, if that was a courtroom, what she was doing would be considered leading the witness, right? She was putting things in his mind for him to side with.
Exactly.
But he came out and said exactly what it is, in terms of like if he witnessed a crime, this is what I saw. This, and that. But he was saying, if it was a girl, this is what I like. This, and that. Skinny, darkish chocolate, which totally blow the whole colorism right out the box. Because if at 8 years old they like black girls, what changed by the time they got to be 18? Why they don't like black girls no more? Something happened between 8 years old and 18, 19, 20 years old. So Kenneth, welcome back to the conversation. What do you have to add?
First of all, I definitely have honor of myself. So I definitely left off abruptly. So I would apologize to the panel and to everyone and to you. I just didn't like what was, thrown at me. But I have no problem to apologize.
Okay, not a problem. Well, here I try not to allow panelists to come at each other some kind of sideway. I didn't quite clearly hear what Dusto may have said to
Well,
get
you
you to
laughed.
respond to it.
You definitely
So,
laughed, but it is what it is. I apologize.
so
But you did laugh.
okay. Well,
Whatever.
I definitely appreciate your coming back to kind of clear the air as to whether you dropped off intentionally or unintentionally. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, it was definitely intentional. But yeah, the video, I'm it's mixed about it because I mean, I've heard other women not so much coach their sons and
Child. Mhm.
their sons into getting a woman like them, but they do say things here and there. White women, I've seen white women. I live in New York as well, and
Mhm.
I'm here with everyone, and I see everyone engaging in conversations similar or like this. I do
But are you
think
talking about adults or are you talking about adults with children? What
adults
do you
with
say? Okay, mothers with their child,
and
their sons.
sons with their daughters that
Oh, okay.
you're going to
And
get
fathers with their daughters.
yeah, fathers with their daughters, yeah.
Right. Mhm.
You're going to find a husband just like your father, and I've heard that so many times. I was raised in North Carolina, so I have the privilege of being in the South and also living in the city in New York, and I've seen women and men of all races do the same thing. So I
Okay.
unique to black women. Nonetheless, the video, I definitely think that it was it. I don't know if it was more of coercion. I definitely love the fact that he said he wanted a chocolate girl. And I hope he isn't conditioned like so many of us black men to believe that angel food is better than devil's food cake. So I hope he sticks with that. Nonetheless,
But do you see how, because the level of awareness he had for that conversation at 7 or 8, whatever age he is now, there's a very acute awareness for a boy that young. Because I would think for him to be this aware of that conversation on a first time out, more or less, that there have been other conversations where he had to be very aware of how he represents his mother when she's in a conversation.
I mean,
Because, okay,
I agree with that, but I also believe that uh, boys learn how to lie and maneuver with women in school, hard body, uh, because I mean they learn at an early age, that if you say this to a girl, she's going to get mad at you. So you learn very early to lie and how to like wiggle your way around the girls to get the outcome that you want.
yeah, but at 8, you're not pushing up.
I mean, yeah, at that age, my cousins and my uncles were trying to push me in directions that I clearly wasn't going. So at those ages, yes,
Okay, all
the
right. Well, I
our
guess I stand corrected.
Yeah, they're definitely pushed, at in elementary school, your cousins and your uncles, they're like, how many girlfriends you got? Well, how many girlfriends you got, little man? You got about 4 girlfriends. Man, you need more than that. You're definitely coached at an early age.
Right. You're coached to think about girls and to have girls as a girlfriend.
And to
But
have
in
sex,
terms of but in
that,
terms of your taste in girlfriend, because this conversation was more about, as we got into it, his taste in woman or in a girl, because he's a kid. And in another clip of the video, I didn't get the original. He said he wanted a young girl his age, 5 or 6 years old.
right.
So he was very clear about the demographics of what he was looking for. He wanted a young girl, 5 or 6 years old, dark chocolate, sexy, and skinny. That's a pretty wide criteria to measure a woman from his age as to what his taste would be. The thing is, he knows the difference between fat and skinny, and he knows the difference between that he likes skinny and he doesn't like fat.
Right. I mean, in school, like
Mhm.
going back to school, I mean, I don't know, many of us older people, we forget that we were once kids and went to school. We forget things that when you go to school, you're conditioned to, we live in an anti-fat society. It is
We live in a what?
anti-fat society.
When was there ever a pro-fat society?
I'm not saying it was, but what I'm saying
No,
is
because
that we live in.
you say the way you say that, it implies that something has shifted.
Okay, so here's the thing. When I speak, like I say what I say, and meaning is what is how I say it. I'm not implying anything. I don't beat around the bush. I'm very much so. If it's green, it's green.
Right.
So
Cool.
I say that we live in an anti-fat society. I'm not saying that there once was a pro-fat society. I'm just saying that this society.
But you do understand the meaning of words and
Yep.
sentences.
An anti-fat, the statement "we live in an anti-fat society" is stating that we live in a society that is not pro-fat. We live in a society that the fat people are treated a certain way. So
How are fat people treated?
how are fat people treated? Do you know any fat people?
No, you obviously do. So I'm asking you a question. How are they treated?
Fat people are treated.
I didn't make a comment one way or the other. I'm trying to solicit from you.
Fat people are treated very much differently. I mean, I can't even count how many times the name Lizzo has been spoken about in this
Chat.
chat in 2 hours and 49 minutes. And
Okay.
in every other show, I can't even count how many times her name is brought up. And
Okay, but fat
just as an
fat is a observational comment based on something that is real, like tall. If you
right,
saw Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, you wouldn't say he's an average guy, height, right?
right,
They would say the tall guy, the tall guy. Whenever they reference him, they would say the tall guy, the tall skinny guy. Some people might say that, the tall guy or the skinny guy, or you would hear that repeated as if they were referring to him because his visual is skinny and tall.
I mean, I get it, but if we're on a stream where there's mainly men, instead of Lizzo, why don't you bring up Fat Man Scoop? Why don't you bring up DJ Khaled? My point is that
Because
why
the
Lizzo
reason why is because we were talking about
people?
a young boy's choice in what he likes as a woman, and then we can see how that can progress when he becomes an older young man, when he's 19, 20 years old, how the way his mother was talking to him and his awareness of his mother's sensibilities at 7, 8 years old, more than likely, another 10 years of this could potentially have one or two effects on him. One, he'll capitulate because he loves his mom. So at some point, he's going to have to love fat women because he loves his mom. So he's going to have to choose fat girls as
Mm,
part of the girls that he likes.
disagree.
Be- Say
Totally,
again?
totally disagree. There's so many fat women out mothers out here where their sons aren't choosing.
No, I'm not saying that they are. I just was making an assumption, and the assumption was if his sensibilities towards his mother is disacute, and the way in which he responded to the questions where when she inserted herself to be in comparison to the girls that he liked, and if this type of manipulative dialogue continues with him and his mother over the next decade, by the time he becomes a man at 18 or 19 years of age, that type of browbeating has an effect. It could either have you comply or it can have you rebel. And those are the two knee jerk reactions. There's a gray area in between, of course. I don't want to delve into the gray area in between. I just want to look at what are the two potential poles that this type of pressure can sometimes lead black men to come to conclusions. And what we see in the society today as a norm or more prevalent, maybe not a norm, but more prevalent, is that more and more younger black men are choosing not to deal with dark skinned women. And if they do deal with a dark skinned woman, they're choosing one from a different ethnic background than a black American.
And why do you think that's so? I'd like to know.
Why? Okay, why I think that so is because what this video shows is that there's a manipulation that starts off with mothers at a young age with their sons. They breed them into either being son husbands because they don't have a husband, because they weren't even able to keep a man, or they just chose wrong to begin with, that now they want their sons to fulfill the role that the man that made that son should have fulfilled. So they're trying to get that boy to like them like a girlfriend.
Okay, so let me get this right because I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Sure.
So you're stating that darker skinned men are not
No,
dating.
just black boys in
Okay,
general.
so black boys in general aren't dating darker skinned women because they're dark. Is it their dark skinned mother or is it just their mother, black
Just
woman?
their mother.
Okay, so black boys aren't dating darker women when they get older because black women, light, medium, chestnut, and dark, the whole body, are being mom husbands.
Okay, no, what I'm saying is that there are potentially two ways it could go. It could go the where the boy capitulate and then says, you know what, I like my mom, I love my mom. My mom is fat. I don't like fat girls, but because my mom is fat, I'm gonna start to like fat girls to please my mom. That's one way it could go. But there's another way it could go also. And the other way it could go is if this boy was to be obstinate and rebellious and he doesn't capitulate. And as he get older, he gets more firm in his ideas that I don't like fat women. And because his mother, who is fat, is pushing him to learn to like fat women, he becomes to the point where he says, you know what? I don't even like black women anymore. I don't want to have nothing to do with black women.
The
I'll
dark,
deal with I'll
right?
deal with light-skinned women. I'll
Okay.
deal with white women. I'll deal with Latino women. I'll deal with other nationalities. I'll deal with ambiguously mixed women, whether they're mixed with black or something else, right? So
So
what
are
I'm
you
saying is that there's a
women
potential effect
that are
that this
black?
could go either way. Go ahead.
Are you talking about because you said first it was just dark skinned black women, but is it light skinned black women too, or is it just dark skinned one? I just want to be clear with your words. Are you just
Well, I would say if the boy is turned away, he would be turned away primarily from black women, but particularly if his mother is a dark skinned woman, he probably will be turned off from dark skinned women.
well? See, because see, your goalpost is changing now because at first it was just I wanted to make it clear that you were talking about all black women and not
No,
just
I've never. Well, okay.
all.
I'm not sure how long you watch Sage Talk, But one of the things I never do, I never use the indefinite pronoun all, because there can be all of nothing. I never speak that way, and I never try to imply that in the way I speak. When I speak in a generality, it's applying to most or the majority, whether it's 40% most or 51% or greater, the majority. That's usually how I would speak when I'm referencing a large amount or majority of Black people. But I never tried to go in and imply that it represents all of any type of people, Black, white, or otherwise, because those all only really represents itself in a laboratory experiment type of way where you can control all being whatever that number is, right? But in the nature of people and things, you can't ever have all of anything included because people don't move that way.
Okay, so I wanted to get clarity because my point was that you attribute the lack of Black men wanting darker women to how they were raised by their mothers. But do you not think that the anti-Black society that we live in, do you think that the programming has anything to do with what our preferences are? Do you think the preferences are being manipulated from the programming that's been programmed into children since they were goobers?
Well, I'm not going to say that programming doesn't have an effect. Programming has effects. But programming usually for us is we embrace everything that's negative towards us. We never accept the good programming. How is it that we never accept good programming? We only accept the so-called bad programming. Because I agree that there are programmings.
I
I
mean,
agree with that.
all the rap songs they say, I like light skin. I like light skinned women. Whatever the words, erotic, whatever women. That's put in like the music. This is what the kids repeat constantly, and when you think about things like the doll study test that has been done decade after decade after decade since the what 50s 60s, and
Right?
the results are still the same throughout the decades from the little kids on up to what 6 7 year olds that they're asking them which doll is the bad doll, and they point at the darker one. It doesn't matter if it is a dark skinned child, that child still points at the darker doll. Which doll is the smart doll? The white one. Which one is the pretty doll? The white one. Which doll does the teacher hate? The dark one. And these are babies, like little tiny, like babies that are,
Well, toddlers, because babies
well,
won't know
okay, Todd, that
sentences.
they're
Toddlers.
doing these,
Okay.
they're being used for these studies. So we can't take away that the programming that has been done to starting from babies on up until for forever. Like me myself, I
Okay.
realized
How is this programming being done? Just to enlighten me a little bit.
okay, so the moment I realized that I was living in an anti-black society, well, I mean, I've always realized that, but the moment that I had myself had sentiments of anti-blackness within myself, which caused me to go within a journey, which caused me to realize that we're all anti-black in some way, shape, or form because we live in an anti-black society. You can't live in an anti-black society if all your,
Okay, let's not go on a preaching rhetoric. I'm
I'm not
asking you a direct question. No,
I'm
I'm serious
the question.
because I don't want to hear the whole history of your monologue. I'm asking you a direct question
I'm giving you
as
the
it pertains to how a young person is manipulated by the system to come out thinking the way what you're saying.
Okay, so for instance, the moment I realized these things, I thought about the
But how
cartoons
does
that
these
I watched.
things?
Can you
How
let me
does
finish?
I'm
You're
asking?
asking me a
One
question.
second, one second, one second, one second, one second, one second, one second. I'm gonna give you the time to speak. Don't worry. What I'm saying is,
It makes
you
me
said you realized that these things were anti-black to you. What was the things that were being anti-black? That's what I'm
tell
trying to
you before
get at.
you cut me off for
Okay, all right, go ahead.
the the things that I thought about when I realized this was Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. I thought about Little Red Riding Hood, how this little white hoe with blonde hair went into these people's houses. She went into these people's houses, slept in their bed, stole their food. You know, I mean, she just ransacked their house. She didn't get into like not any bit of trouble at all. When you think about the Lion King, how the scar is darker than the main line. I forgot his name. How he's darker than him. He's the bad guy. Whenever Scar comes into the picture, this actual scene, I do like
Well,
video.
okay.
The actual.
You're not really getting to the point.
Oh my god.
So what you're saying to me is that because you went
You
to a
answer
movie,
for
hold on
me.
one second.
Just
Because
answer.
you went to a movie
I'm
that you
telling
could
how
not, you can't determine what is entertainment from what is real life. Is that what you're saying?
as a child, sir, your
Yes.
I've studied. This is what I've studied. I've
Okay.
studied
At what point did
media and
did
PR marketing.
childhood for you or others grow
Marketing,
out of that?
marketing is done for a reason. That is what
Yes.
it is done
But
for.
you don't have to be
And you're
susceptible to the marketing.
yet as a child,
You
sir.
have to accept it. Yes, but I'm asking at what age as a child you start to transition out of it? Because we were taught that there was Santa Claus too, but there's a certain age where your parents let you know there is no Santa Claus. So
Yeah.
I'm trying to get me to tell me when the things that you're saying that are influential as part of the system that have corrupted our minds, when did we come to some reality of that? At 21, at 12, at 16? When exactly do
Y'all
we as young
are,
people,
as we
boys or
talk,
girls?
what are you talking about? Y'all are still in the matrix as we speak. It's 70, 80-year-olds who are still out here lost in the sauce. What are you talking about?
Okay, yes, I know
We're
that.
programmed every single day. What are you talking about? Where do you live?
Where do I live? I live in
You're
Honduras.
programmed every single day. All it's television programming for a reason. It is radio
But
programming
I've
for
watched television for longer than you have
it.
been alive, and I've never been programmed.
You've never been.
Never,
That's
never,
I hate to like.
never.
I'm in no disrespect to you, but
Uh-huh.
I believe that as a whole.
Like, I don't find white women attractive. And I've seen millions of white women on TV. I've worked with them. I've traveled with them. I've hung out with them. I've spent a lot of time around white women, but I've never thought of making one of them my girlfriend.
So that's the only. Okay.
So what I'm saying is that there is a programming, but you can only accept the programming. It's like it's like that vampire movie, right? You have to open the door and let them in. Like if when they show LGBT issues on a TV show that I'm watching and I don't support that, you know what I do? I turn the fucking station. I don't watch it because I don't allow myself to be programmed by anyone, and I'm astute enough to know when someone is trying to program me. So I don't allow the programming to take. See, what you're telling me is that people who allowed themselves to be programmed then complain about the program that they participated in, that they enjoyed and they liked. Because I was in Harlem back in the day when rap music started, when hip hop started, and we weren't killing each other. But the kids that didn't even grow up with that, now, 40 years later, ain't got no patience for another black man or drop a black man at the drop of a hat. And then they blame it on a rap song, video, or show they saw. Like, really?
I mean, well, things have changed from 40, 50 years ago.
I do know that.
Their parents aren't in the homes anymore. YouTube.
Black parents have almost never been in the home because we've
So,
always had to work.
no, mothers stayed home back in the day.
No, they weren't. They worked.
Mothers. So you're telling me that back in the
Uh-huh.
50s, the 40s, and the 30s,
Yes, mothers worked. Yes.
the,
They
the,
were cleaning
the
houses of
majority,
white people.
the majority of mothers worked. That's what.
Yes, the majority. When was the majority of black women housewives where they could just stay home?
I'm gonna go with this because I think that's definitely not true. I don't have that. I don't like stating opinions and labeling as facts. So that's something that I would have to research to get the actual number. But I would definitely like to agree that women back in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s were house moms, and the men
White women were house
were
moms.
okay.
Black women take care of those white women houses. That's what black women did.
Okay.
Okay, let me bring King Collins. Keep your robe on, my son. Don't disrobe yourself. This is not that kind of show. I'm being
Done and
facetious,
done.
but nonetheless, welcome to Sage Talk. And what's your thought about the topic, and particularly this young black boy on how he had to use so much gymnastics to communicate with his mother just to relate his likes with regard to the type of woman he likes.
Brother,
And
you
if
are completely
anything,
delusional.
we can applaud what he had to say, because what the boy said was, I think, what every black woman would want to hear a black man say. Go
This
ahead.
is
I'm
very
sorry.
true. It's okay. It's okay, old school. First of all, many blessings to Sage Talk and obviously the Sage Lee. Continue doing
Appreciate
this
it.
platform thing. We appreciate you so much. Brother, you're delusional. Women have always worked. I believe that the black man is the most emotionally unstable and unmovable object on the face of the earth. There is no way for us to actually have a positive conversation without disagreeing or coming up to an actual point. That's what I got to say on the topic. I would love to hear any type of rebuttal.
I'm
Well,
delusional.
Dr. Steele, if you have something to add, Kenneth, obviously you can come back and add something as well.
Yeah. Um, young children can actually learn things by observing, as you have said, whether it's from school, from the neighborhood, from the TV, or what have you. And it does give me a little bit concerned about what else have he observed. I mean, not necessarily about girls or anything, but what else have he observed from his surroundings? I mean, it could be something positive, could be something negative, and it also made me wonder if the mother, just like in this topic, have a dialogue about what he has observed.
I'm not understanding completely what you're saying, Dr. Steele.
Okay, here's what I'm saying. The young man was able to speak his mind about what he wants, and evidently, he probably observed something to make him think this way about girls in particular. And the question that I had in my mind, the way the young man was talking, it was almost intelligently. Seems like he understands, best about his surroundings. The thing I'm wondering is, where else? I wonder what else has he learned from his surroundings, and what he thinks about it, and has his mom probably, have a dialogue with him on other topics, such as this topic. That's what I'm wondering, because it could be a concern if it's something negative, or it could be great if it was something positive.
Mr. Kenneth,
Yes.
he was speaking to you. Am I right?
Well, I was actually speaking to Lee, but yeah, it could be any one of you.
I'm sorry. I did not get the question.
Okay, well, I think I got the gist of what he's saying. And I hinted at that earlier. The fact that this young man is disaware to engage in a girlfriend conversation with his mom, and to be able to critically assess when the question and the conversation shifted, and how his response could trigger or hurt his mother's feelings, because his answer, his complete answer was different from what was the image in front of him as far as his mother's physicality. But I think the more important part that Dr. Steele is referencing or inferencing is that he said sexy chocolate. His mother said black girl, light skinned girl, whatever. He said sexy chocolate. And I think what Dr. Steele is inferencing is that what other conversation is around this kid that he could be able to relate and refer to a young girl, another young girl his age, as a sexy chocolate.
I ain't never heard that.
School, TV, music.
I would have to. I want to chime in on that.
Go ahead, Blake.
I don't know if y'all can hear me or not.
Yeah, go ahead, Blake.
Yeah. Not to interrupt the gentleman there. But I did want to chime in on that because I got on the show a little late and I didn't get a chance to see the video until just a minute ago. But it's obvious, and I don't want to use the word manipulation per se, but it's clear that the young man already has some type of already has a type, for lack of a better phrase, even though he's a little boy. Right. But he always has he already has something that he's naturally attracted to. There's nothing wrong with that.
Exactly.
But when his mother chimed in, she already knew the answer to the question because she's probably overweight. I mean, I could tell that just by her conversation, and it's almost like she was trying to manipulate
He actually said it. He actually said it. And the entire dialogue, he came out and he told his mother that she is. First, he told her she's a little fat or beginning to get fat.
But
and then he finally came out and said, "You fat, mama." So the thing is, but what caught my attention about this particular video was the quickness and how he was able to assess that the question had shifted. Let me see if I can put the question, put that up as part of the dialogue again.
I love you. I'm just saying
No,
you
baby.
getting a little big or something. You getting like fat. You getting big like that. Yeah.
Yeah, do you want a
This is the
light-skinned
beginning.
girlfriend, or you want a black, or you want a chocolate girlfriend like you?
Oh yeah, I want a chocolate girl. A sexy chocolate girlfriend.
You want her to be skinny, or you want her to be thick, or you want her to be fat, or you want,
No, I want a skinny.
So you want her skinny.
Yeah, a skinny girlfriend.
What do you consider mommy? Do you consider mommy? What is mommy? Am I skinny?
Okay. We see that right there? You saw how his whole shoulder and his neck shifted when she said, "What do you consider mommy?"
Right.
He immediately understood the shift in the question. Check him out. Let's see how he behaves.
Skinny?
Mama, you pretty.
Sit back on. You ain't gotta go
He got out of there.
me and tell me that. James, what I know you said I'm pretty, but what do you consider me to be? Am I skinny? Am I fat? What do you consider me?
You are getting fat, but I love you. I'm just saying you are getting a little fat.
Okay, so you don't.
So you saw what he did. He got out of his chair. He went over to his mother. He hugged her, which is a form of consoling.
Exactly.
He compliments her. He tells her she's pretty because he knows what comes after that is not going to be looking like his mom. So he's trying to softening the atmosphere of the conversation. So when he tells her what he wants, his mother is not offended. But the quickness in which he picked up the shift in the conversation is what I wanted to spotlight, because throughout this dialogue, the kid was very adept of knowing when the goalpost was being moved. First, it was talking about just a girl that he might like. Then the conversation switched to, well, what about your mother? Then the conversation switched again to, would you consider your mother as one of these girls? That's when he sat back in the chair and was like, what? He was like, wait a minute, where's this conversation going? Let's show that part.
You don't want a girl my size.
What?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, what he said?
I love you. I'm just saying
No,
you
baby.
getting a little big or something. You getting like fat. You getting big like that. Yeah.
Kid, do you want a light skinned girlfriend or you want a black or you want a chocolate girlfriend like you?
Oh yeah, I was a sexy child.
So you heard that from his mama.
Say again?
So you heard that from his mama before.
That sexy chocolate?
Yeah.
Somebody in the house.
Mm.
He didn't,
From his
he
mom
didn't
or
hear that
from
on a video. He heard that from somebody in the house.
Mm.
Somebody he trusts, someone he loves, someone who he looks up to.
So y'all don't think that came
You think
from a
you think so?
or YouTube video or school?
Say again?
Or
I'm
No.
not saying that he couldn't have heard that somewhere, but the way in which he expressed it, he knows how it's applied. So that's something that he picked that up from somewhere in his circle, in his environment.
For sure.
Whether it's
So-
an older brother, a man in the house, something someone has said at a picnic, cookout, barbecue, in relation to a nice dark-skinned woman, because his physical gestures said a lot. He went into it bodily. He expressed that what he likes is a chocolate, skinny, sexy girl. And when his mother inserted herself into the choices that he should have from women, he was like, what? Come on, mommy. You're not in that choice. But he came back again and he said, but I love you. Again, he's reassuring her, I'm not trying to offend you, mommy. But the girl that I like don't look like you.
And you know that's
Yeah, he made that obvious.
and that sounds like intelligence. You know that right there.
Right.
But again, the question I was trying to ask you is, as you were watching that video, all the things that he talked about, it was from everything in his head was according to what he observed. And what I'm asking is, have you ever wondered as you watched that video, what else he have learned from his surroundings? And it doesn't have to be pertaining to girls. I mean, it could be on a lot of things. And it could be positive or it could be negative.
Well,
Have you ever thought?
if it's positive, I don't think anyone would feel any kind of way. If it's negative, then those are things that could spill out into his future as he become older. Because you see, when you're a kid and you do things that can be perceived as negative, usually people find it funny and they laugh at it because it's a child doing it, so it doesn't have the same impact or effect. But once you become a man, 18, 19, 20, and then you start behaving in a certain way or showing a similar behavior, like when you were a kid, now that you're an adult, that same behavior might have consequence.
Yeah,
So,
that is indeed a concern, because sometimes, everything that influenced somebody as a child can sometimes also lead to how he behaves today. I mean, that's just sometimes here. It's not all the time.
Well, I think the question I would want to ask the panel is, have you ever found yourself, if you could think back to when you were a young boy or a child, and I think Kenneth touched on that earlier. If you could think back to when you were a young boy or a child, can you remember an instance where you may have had to walk gingerly around a subject or a conversation with your mom to try to make sure you didn't offend her because what you had to say was going to be a different opinion, but it could potentially emotionally affect your mom? So you were very subjective in the way in which you expressed yourself.
Surely, I believe we've all had, at least one example where it could be drinking, where it could be smoking, where it could be her being fat, or where it could be her tasting men. We've all had that scenario play out with our parents. Are you asking for examples like stories?
No, I'm not asking for stories. I think what I'm really asking is if you can recall an instance or know at least it's an instance like that occurred in your past. That's, I think, one of the reasons why I believe a lot of men particularly can look at this video and identify with it, because you can say, you know what, when I was 8, I remember whatever happened, right? When I was 10, so and so and so. And you can remember instances where you had to be real careful what you said to your mother, or else you'll get slapped in the mouth or something else, or just punished, or that you would unintentionally say something that might offend your mom. Your mom might have been a mom that wouldn't punish you no matter what. She just want to hear your opinion, but you still were delicate about it. And I think it shows that, because it is said a lot in these spaces and in general, particularly by women, black women, that black men are not emotionally intelligent. And what I would say is that we're extremely emotional intelligent. And what I would put out there to some of the educators who teaches English or communication, come up with a test to test black boys about their emotional quotient and see where they score. Because we hear that a lot of black boys don't read. Most black boys don't read at grade level, granted. But I think a lot of black boys spend a lot of their energy trying not to offend their mama, making
I
sure
believe
their
that
mama
they're
feel good.
I believe that, would be completely true. But back to what you were just saying about us learning these things from whether it be our mom or someone along those natures, um, we don't take into account the way that they learned and the way that it's affecting us. So, if they were being raised to not be emotionally intelligent, we might be able to put on, the wolf's clothing, but we're still sheep on the inside. So, like you were just saying, most people are, or what I was just saying, excuse me, most people are not emotionally intelligent. And I would say about 5% of the black males are emotionally intelligent. I believe that we make terrible emotional decisions. And it's because of our surroundings. It's because of the people that we're raised by. Yeah. What you think?
Well,
I agree.
I,
go
I,
ahead, go ahead.
I disagree, but I can wait. Go ahead. Just to the
Calvin
5%.
X, Calvin X, you were going to say something? Or was that Kenneth?
That was me.
Oh, go ahead, Kenneth.
I agree with him. I don't know about the 5% per se, but I said it earlier that I disagreed with the statement that black men are more emotional intelligent. I mean, statistics all around says otherwise regarding our, um, you know, our our inability to control our emotions from very minute things that shouldn't matter. So I definitely I disagree. I disagree.
Well, I will say this. I will say that one's lack of ability to control their emotions doesn't mean that they're emotionally intelligent. That may just show that they have lack of control over their emotions, whether it's sad or anger, or whether it's happiness and overjoy. There's some people when they get really happy, they could hurt you. They start hugging you, shaking you up and down, slapping you on the back. You start hanging around with a bunch of guys that are 6'4", 6'3", drinking, and you watching a football game and shit get exciting. Yo, that happiness could turn into injury sometime too.
Yeah,
So,
but my point.
managing our emotions, sometimes people just get overjubilant or lack the ability to monitor over or under. Go ahead.
Well, part of being emotional intelligent is knowing to not take things personal. That's one of the things that deals with emotional intelligence. So if we would not take some of the things so personal, whether it's someone stepping on our shoe, whether it's a comment made, whether it's something that we perceive as disrespect, we wouldn't be in the tough situations, that we end up in due to the lack thereof. So yes, your need to get angry, that has something to do with emotional intelligence, because you're getting angry over something that it shouldn't matter at the end of the day.
I
Well,
think it's separate from intelligence. Like he was saying, I think it's a disciplinary problem, and it's also men who are raised, men who are raised, and men who look up to men follow things such as martial arts, sports, and everything, and it teaches a form of discipline and temperament. To where reacting out of emotion isn't something that they do. Reacting out of emotion is a woman thing. A lot of women-raised men follow women and snap and react out of their emotions. So
stop
I
right,
just
stop
think
right there.
I
Stop
think
right
it's a little
there,
bit.
Augusto.
Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to add something because
Not saying you're
you're
wrong,
right.
just saying it's different. It's
You're
a
right.
different issue.
Women who's supposed to be more emotionally intelligent, woman flies off the handle emotionally all the time. So they're a more emotional being and supposed to be in more control of their emotions, more so than we would give men credit for. But women lose control emotionally far more than men.
I mean, they lose control and yelling and screaming and pushing and slapping, but men lose control and stabbing, choking, and killing in that realm.
The thing is,
Right. It comes from a
you're
woman. Oh,
relating,
go ahead.
what you're relating is the capabilities of damage that a male is capable of versus what a female is capable of. But if a
Well,
female was capable of the same damage, she would do the same damage.
it's not about capability; it's about the stats. Women are capable of flying off the handle and doing Jeffrey Dahmer. They're capable of doing that, but do they? No. You
Because
know,
their minds are wired different than our minds are
Right.
wired.
They're taking their minds and putting them into men. Okay, easy way to explain it. Men raised men. Men teach temperament. Men teach logical thinking. Be patient. Be patient. Control your emotions and think with a strategy. Those people don't just you step in my shoes and just snap and blow a gasket. Those men don't think like that. They weigh consequences. They survey the room. They make an actual decision. Women are emotional. They're ticking time. They can be ticking time bombs. And if you're talking about ones who are damaged, and then they go have children, they teach these same emotions. When a kid is 3, 4, 5, and they're yelling, "Boy, I'll knock your head off," out of emotion, they transfer that into a boy who becomes a man. Now you got a 6'4", 200-pound woman thinking, "I'll knock your head off." He heard it 500 times. He's felt it. Say something about my mom, I'm a snap when he was 12, because all the people around him are taught that, and it just becomes the culture. That's what's happening. So it's the woman transferring the mind into a man's body.
well,
You know
if you
what I'm
guys
saying?
know
Behavioral
that,
response.
if
That was
if
well.
you guys
Well said.
know that as you
What'd you
know,
say, King?
if
Not to
Well
cut you
said.
off.
if you
Okay.
guys know that as the stand-up men that you are, not necessarily you guys per se, but if the shoe fits, it fits. But out here in the manosphere, whatever you call it, in the world, if you guys know this, that women are just leading boys into the
I'll
pits of hell.
respond. Go ahead.
If you
Go
guys
ahead.
know they're not leading
One
these
second,
boys
Dustin.
to the pits of
Okay.
hell, then why aren't you guys going to court to get custody of your children to lead them? Why aren't
Women win in the court battles.
Well,
oh
Yeah,
men are
not only
doing
that,
it
it's
every day.
like
Hold
my
on a second.
my
Men are doing it every day,
I,
and
I
sometimes we win and sometimes we lose. But
I'll
most
give
recently, we have heard of at least 2 cases where a man won custody and the woman killed the children.
Right.
So the right.
Yeah, I like
So
to
it's
respond
not
too.
it's
Go
not
ahead.
like
I
it's
was
not like men are not fighting back. See, this has been going on for 30 years plus now, with black men and the custody issue and the courts and child support and all these things. But now that we're past the crack epidemic era, and where we're now in an era where black men are taking more responsibility, going to college, uh, upgrading themselves, and just becoming better citizens and better men, and have overcome the drugs and everything else, and the psychops, like Kenneth have stated, between the television, rap music, movies, or any other aspect of which we can be challenged in our communities to fail, we're still standing up and we're still surpassing and overcome. Now we're speaking out about the disadvantages that we have in society with regarding to, one, DNA testing of every child born to make sure it's yours, because we know in the black community, 41% of men are paying for children that they're not the real father. So that's something that we as black men are speaking up on, and we're looking to make a change there. And Mr. Palmer and other brothers speaks up daily on the issue of custody and child support, and black men getting more looked at more fairly, as at least having joint custody off the rip. And then if there's an issue with one of the parents, then full custody can go to one if there's something that needs to be addressed. But I think, yes, that's something that we as men, we are fighting against.
Well, for an
Yeah.
example, my brother, he's 25 years old. He has 2 children. He just birthed his second child uh 2 years ago. He was living with his baby's mother and her baby and the baby's mother's grandmother for a while, the first one, and then he moved with my sisters on the couch, and then he the new baby's mother. He has a lot of issues with the first baby's mother. She is doing manipulation and using the child as a weapon. But we've offered to pay for him his court, the lawyer fees, and everything, and he doesn't want to. He doesn't want to take the child in the summer. He doesn't want the responsibility. There's so many men out here like my brother that
Well,
don't
part of
want
it,
Yeah.
okay,
Oh,
part of
oh,
it
go ahead.
is,
I'll
that.
respond next.
That is a thing. All men, black men, aren't out here being superheroes
no
trying to
one
go.
is saying, no one is saying
There are a
all.
good portion of men out here who just don't want the responsibility, and we cannot just gloss over that.
Okay,
That's
one of the things I think, again, you are focusing on the men who don't want to be good fathers.
and you're focusing on the women who are bad fathers. We're focusing
No,
on
I'm not focusing on. I'm at Sage Talk. This whole platform for me is about how to help men become better and to deal with the issues that we deal with and confront them, and then look for ways to overcome and be better at them. I'm talking to a minority of men, that 20% of men that wants to be all that they can be, that's going to reach to become better than the average in their community, their environment, wherever they came from, and they're not going to make excuses, whether it's racism, white supremacy, mind games of the technology or whatever. They're not going to allow any of these things to hold them back from achieving what they want to achieve in life. What I would say to you is that your brother at the age of 25 made some really bad decisions. He shouldn't be having kids that young, because he's not even on his path yet to be financially capable of supporting a family. So he made the error once, but then he went back and make it twice. So the thing is that there are men in the community that women see that they want to have children with, but they know that these men are not good fathers, but yet they have children with them anyway, and then they talk about the men later. And the
um,
thing is that women control sex, men control relationships. If the woman didn't want to have sex with him, he wouldn't have had that baby.
By the way, the women are Puerto Rican and Colombian. They're not black.
Okay, that's cool. I didn't say
That don't matter.
I didn't make any references to
No, no.
whether the women
I'm,
were black or otherwise.
I'm just throwing that out there that he is a dark skinned man and
Okay.
non-black women.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to respond.
Go ahead.
It's implied that this is who black men are, and you're looking at a panel. I don't have children. Doctor Steele doesn't have any children. I'm just now seeing King Collins and Gavin. So you're already putting a false narrative. This is who black men are. We're out here putting babies. I'm saying what's implied. I'm saying what is implied by what you said.
He says it's a portion.
Implied.
Okay,
and I agree. Hold on, I agree that it's a portion.
Right.
What I'm saying.
I never said all. I said a portion.
Okay, I'm just talking about what's implied, and I agree that it is a portion. But the thing is, they're productive black men, 6-figure incomes, abs, 6 feet tall, all that other YouTube talking point stuff. They're not willing to go out here and just be raw dog Ronnies and put kids in the street. There's also a lot of married men. They're not willing to do this. So the ones putting kids in the street are the very men that we don't even claim as men. We're not claiming them anyway, and we can't control them. Then it becomes, there's already the welfare system that they consider the white welfare system. They complain about it, but they collect a check every month. Then there's the child support system. They're collecting money, enabling the bad behavior. Then they're coming and saying to me, to Dr. Steele, single men with no kids or other men married with children who live 30 minutes outside the city saying, hey, come save us and come raise our kids for us. Be coaches, be teachers, and do it for free. That's a problem. How much enabling do they need? We got to raise the kids for them? And somebody else is the one that hit it? Why are we supporting this? Why do we promote? Really?
I want to know
I
the
think
answer too.
what you said is very important because this is what this space is all about, this Black Manosphere. It's really about helping men developing themselves to become better as men, to be more responsible as men, to be better fathers and what it takes to be a father. We teach young men not to even get into a serious relationship before they're 30 years old because their first 10 years out of college or out of trade school, whatever path they choose, they need a good 8 to 10 years to build their skills, get their certification, up their capabilities, and build their income so they're in a position and build good credit. So they're in a position to when they're ready to choose a wife, black wife, hopefully preference, but when they're ready to choose a wife, that they're in a position to do so. And whether that wife is going to be a 30-year-old young lady like themselves, or whether that woman is going to be 23, 24, 25, because he wants someone more youthful, the choice is his. And we teach young men that if you want the choice to be yours and you don't have to settle, then make yourself the man you want to be so you can have the choice of the woman you want. So we don't teach men here to be reckless with their seed, to just have babies indiscriminately, to not be good fathers. The things that you're talking about, Kenneth, is what we talk about here. So you're in the right place, no doubt. Anyone else want to add something?
Well, I'll make it. Well, go ahead, Colin. Go ahead.
That
You're
makes
good.
complete sense. I was just agreeing. I'm in agreement all the way.
I was going to say something. This is my own opinion. If I had a son, 18, 19, or even a daughter, either one, I'm going to tell them marry as young as possible versus waiting till you're 30.
What do you mean? Okay, clarify young as
They had the option. Okay. I got a son who's 18. He's in college. First, I'm going to prepare him to be a husband. I'm going to teach him what it's all about, everything that I know, and put him in that space, and also show him what wives are. Assume I'd be married. We're going to show him what marriage and what relationships are. Then I'm going to have him seeking as soon as possible. Find her when you're broke.
1 second, stop.
Okay.
So, in your showing him, are you going to be married, and will that woman be his mother that you married and gave birth to?
Yes, I won't have kids without marriage.
Okay, all right, cool.
But younger, better, because people are more moldable the younger they are. Find your woman while you're broken, while you're building, if you have the opportunity to do so. Or while you're dating at 18, 19, 20, be looking for marriage-minded women. But if at 18 you say, I'm not going to get married till I'm 30, that's 12 years. You're not dating marriage-minded women. So all the wives at the top, You say you don't want to be married, so you're not dating any wives. So that means if you're not dating the wives, who are you going to be spending 12 years dating? Jezebels,
No,
ran through.
you're going to spend those 12 years building and crafting your skills.
The main
It
skill is
does mean
communicate. Oh, go ahead.
it does mean the skills I'm talking about is developing his career, because as it pertains to entertaining women, and I can speak from this from hindsight, there's always time to entertain women. And if you have the foundation in place for your life and you have disposable income to go out and enjoy, you will definitely have time to spend with women, whether in America, whether in France, whether in Germany, whether in Thailand, whether in the Philippines, whether in South America, whether in the wherever you set your sights, you could just make a reservation and go travel and meet people. And you can meet a woman wherever you are.
They'll
Doesn't
be
mean that you
lacking.
have to be a
Oh, yeah.
wife, but you can still broaden your skills to meet different women.
I'm saying they'll be lacking relationship skills because they focus so much in the career. You said no marriage. They're lacking relationship skills on how to
It doesn't
communicate
mean that
of
you don't date.
wife-minded women.
Doesn't mean that you don't date and get to know people, but you don't make no commitments.
But wouldn't that lead to emotional damage if you're constantly
Yes.
dating these Jezebels?
Say again.
Yes.
Wouldn't that lead you to emotional damage if you're constantly dating these Jezebels?
Well, it depends if you're dating Jezebels. You could
You
be
can't be-
dating. You could be dating other
Can't
women
avoid that.
that are career-minded women that are not looking for a commitment either, but they also want companionship. Not like all men don't get married. All women don't get married either. Some want
Older
to,
women tap in.
and some don't.
I agree with you, Sage. I agree
Mhm.
that you should go and build yourself, find your skills, find your craft, master them, get what you get, and then go into the marriage lane. While you're dating, you're practicing communication, like
Communication,
Gusto is saying,
right?
communication and all of those things that help to make a great marriage. So you can still practice being a husband while you're dating up until that, but I don't believe that you should get married while you have nothing. I mean, you're just out here, you know, how can you lead someone and you're not even, you know, you're not where you're supposed to be? How can you lead someone? How can you build a family? You'll get married and then you're gonna have a child more than likely the first year or
Huh?
two in marriage, because you're not gonna wear a condom more than likely. So yeah.
So either date a woman who's your wife, find your wife young, and you should be responsible. Wait 5 years while you're building each other. You could be married at 19 and 20, build yourself for 5 years with the woman standing behind you and helping build you. That's a way better 25-year-old than single dealing with women who aren't even marriage minded. And if you're
But
not going to wear a condom with your wife,
problem.
they won't wear one in the street either.
But that's the problem. I see. I don't know about y'all and women out here, but when I date, I date like I'm motherfucking FBI. Like I look into your background. I get
Are we
reference,
talking about women right now, brother?
but I know. But
Oh man.
hear me out. Hear
I'm
me out.
keeping honest.
When you're going, I don't know about y'all, but living in New York City, there's a lot of places to eat. I love eating. Before I go out somewhere, I'm gonna go on Yelp and look at the reviews. I'm gonna see who said what about the restaurant. And that is with dating. You should not just be out here just dating anybody. The same way your job vets you before you get the job, the same way you vet restaurants before you go out and eat, you vet dating. So if you're dating Jezebels your whole dating career, and that shows that you have a problem vetting. That shows that
Well, no, it shows that you have a taste for freaks, and that's what you like.
But you just
exactly.
contradicted yourself. Because if you're not going to get married and you're dating to be dating, you're not dating marriage minded women.
I
So
said
therefore, there's nothing but Jezebels.
you practice
You're not going to marry them.
husband until you get married, like in your early 30s or so. But
How
I
do
don't.
you practice being a husband dating women who aren't marriage minded? That's like practicing for the pros on a middle school football field.
I just said that
Well,
that
well,
you
the thing is, he's
that
not practicing marriage. What he's practicing is companionship, communication,
Right.
interpersonal relationships with women. He's becoming comfortable in the presence of grown women,
It's
how to talk to them, places to take them, how to listen to them, how to speak to them, how to lead them in the relationships to the degree that they take the relationships. When
but
he's ready, when he's in a place financially, career wise, and emotionally, and he's saying, okay, the next stage of my life, I'm 33 years old. I want to get married by the time I'm 36 or 37. Now I'm going to get serious because my finances are falling into place and now I'm on track where I'm headed. Now I'm going to start looking for women that are more marriage minded. But now he's comfortable talking to women. He doesn't have a fear of approaching a woman and having a conversation. He's not new to sex. He's not pent up and stressed out in when he's in a conversation with a woman. Every third word has to do with jerking off, getting his dick sucked, or some dumb shit like that that's going to turn the woman off because he's freaked out and he hadn't had no cooch in 15 years or 12 years or 10 years or whatever it is, right? The point is you can still date and socialize and have relations with women that want to have the similar type of relations for where you are in your development in your life. You don't have to choose a career a marriage minded woman and then ruin her by getting into a relationship that you have no intention of completing. That would be a detriment for the woman for you to mislead her if you say that. But as a man that is confident, you can say, look, my career comes first. Right now, I'm not thinking about anything serious. We can hang out, we can go places, we can do things, you know, but we're not going to get emotional attached, or I'm not going to get emotional attached. If you find yourself getting there, you need to say something and we need to, stop seeing each other for a while or whatever and move on. But you need to be able to, as men, now in this space, the way we move, we need to be able to be adult and tell women what we want and what our expectations are. And if the answer to that is no, we shouldn't be so desperate for sex that we have to deceive the woman to get sex and then later change the story later. That's not cool.
I totally disagree. You're telling an NFL player to practice on a middle school basketball court to be the best NFL player. That's what it seems like.
No, because the majority of men don't become basketball players.
No, what I'm saying
The
is,
majority of men do grow up and some of them become fathers.
no, what I'm saying is there's wives and then there's everyone else. We already see what the women act like and what they are and what's being raised and what they're becoming.
Right.
Also, 5 to 10 years from now, what will these women look like then? Oh my God.
But part
The
of
choose from.
understand this, part of being a husband, when you go into the etymology of the word, it means to be a farmer, a provider. That's where the whole provider thing comes from. It means to be a farmer. So you need to build yourself up as a provider before you can take on the responsibility of a wife. A 22, an 18-year-old, a 23-year-old young man can't do that, especially if he's black and he's coming from out of the hood, building himself up, going to school, going to college, going to get a trade, whatever he desires to do once he's 18 to pave the path for his career. Having a wife will deter that. Having sex every night with your wife, she's gonna get pregnant. Now you go from feeding 2 to feeding 3 and feeding a little one that is growing exponentially every year and have more demands exponentially every year. It ties your hand as a young man to take risks, to be able to improve yourself, to leapfrog and become successful in a 10, 12-year time than to do it over 25 years. He could become a success at 33, 34, 35 if he focused, as opposed to 45, 50 if he has to build with the family all the way along. Let's say he does have a good wife. Now him and his wife have to work because they have to take care of one child. And 9 times out of 10, when a woman gets pregnant once, the second baby is not too far behind. If you're having sex regular, it's going to happen.
Agree to disagree. I'll leave it alone.
Okay.
I want to get to this point, though. And I always say this. When you're looking for somebody you want to be with and you want to marry, you have to make sure that you understand what you want. The little boy in the video already has stage one already. But now, of course, it's going to be more than just looks, when you make your decision. And Dusto, I do agree with people needing to get married as early as possible, but you want to make sure that you let them know that you understand what you want in a mate. Not, I mean, everything.
I don't agree at all with what you're saying, Dusto. I believe that you're completely wrong, and we should marry older women because they can more or less ground us. Because if we marry a
You
woman
saying
that's
young
our
women?
age,
Are you hold on? You saying younger men should marry older women? What are you saying?
yes, every time. Because especially when we come from a poverty-stricken environment or from an environment where we don't have guidance or people to more or less help us out, when we do get with an older woman, it grounds us to the point where when we do get into our 30s or where we would be able to get into our, later stages in our income earning potential position, whatever, um, it's going to make it so we got someone on our side that isn't constantly trying to drag something out of us because they can pour into us because of the things that they've been through. Yes, they're going to have a more or less strength in mind. They're going to have their own morals and ideals of how things should be. But at the end of the day,
But if you come into that relationship having no authority,
Exactly.
as you
You're
grow in
asking
that
a woman to lead you.
relationship,
they won't
as you grow
necessarily
in that
take our authority.
relationship, is the dynamic of the authority will remain the same. It's not going to change.
Yeah, you're asking a woman to lead you,
You're
and they'll
asking a
lead you
woman,
into a
you're
ditch.
putting the woman in a leadership position. That's never
So I'm
going to
not.
change.
So I'm
You
not
are.
necessarily avoiding the fact that they would have more um, leeway because of the things that they bring to the table. What I'm
Such
saying
as,
is we
such
can
as.
money, for instance.
Okay,
Their
so
experiences are
if you're saying marrying a woman when you're young that's older than you that has money, is that what you're saying?
yes. If you're
Okay.
coming from a bad environment or you're coming from a place where
So
you do have
you're looking to level up in the marriage.
when you're young,
Well, if you marry when you're young and the intention for the marriage is to stay married, you're married.
yeah.
It's giving sugar mama. It's giving
That's
sugar
not
mama.
a good idea.
It's giving sugar
Yeah,
mama.
I mean,
I
what you're
mean,
promoting,
I have a
well,
strong
what you're
dominance on
promoting
all
is
of
an
my ideas.
inverse relationship for all other human species, but the black species, the black people in America, we should take on marrying older women with younger men. That doesn't even make
Yes.
sense because procreation for women is a window, and it's a window of youth. It's not a window of the aged.
That's a bad
Well, I'm not
idea.
saying that all black men are going to be going down that road. I'm saying for the men that don't more or less
For the
have
men that
anyone in
want
their
to play
corner.
video games and
That's
lay
what.
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
couch, that guy, he
that
can
guy.
marry an
He might
older
as well get
woman.
an older
Still
woman.
yet.
Those
Yeah,
aren't husbands
you
anyway.
guys doing that now, but you need to have good D game to do that because the woman is going to require something also.
Yeah,
So
but
just make
how does
sure.
Pros and
how
cons.
Well,
does
hold
that
on. Let's not get
okay?
sidetracked.
It's
One
destructive.
Pan Wonder says, so single moms is being promoted here. I'm not sure what might have opened that thought for you, One Pan Wonder,
Definitely not promoted. Stop.
but I don't think I said anything that would promote single mother. I don't think Dusto promoted that because
No,
his entire
absolutely not.
conversation was about marriage.
None of us did.
Uh, King Collins, I don't think he was promoting single mother. He
Not
was
even a
saying
bit.
marrying older. So I'm not sure what you're hearing or how you're interpreting what you hear, and neither Kenneth or anyone else promoted that. So the thing is, what we're trying to promote is more responsibleness from men, regardless of what the woman is doing. If you as a man is being responsible, the potential financial fallout that could destroy your career, you potentially can limit. And if you're lucky, you can pick the right woman and you can ride off into the sunset, have a family, no divorce, have your children, create a legacy, maybe even become rich, pass some wealth down to your children. So in the next generation, they already have the trust fund to be able to go to Harvard or whichever business school they might want to go to that's a top school. Whereas as opposed to every generation, we got to be getting it out the mud all the time from the bottom of the mud. Like, when are we going to take the second, third, and fourth tier up the rung of success or the ladder of success, like so many immigrants have done in America? Granted, they don't have the oppressive state on their backs. But I mean, we've been doing it so long, we're good at it.
The immigrants, they're the ones married at 18, 19, and 20 with nothing and not going and playing in the streets for 10 years.
Well,
The
they're not
Americans
coming
are
to
playing in the
America to
streets.
get married. They're coming to America already married.
Exactly. My point is marry as young as
They,
possible,
they came,
build with your
but
spouse.
also they come from a culture where
There you
marriage
go.
is held highly. They come from a
Mhm.
culture where both their mothers and fathers are involved in the marriage and in keeping the woman walking and being obedient to her husband and supportive. So there's
True.
an infrastructure for them to be able to get married because it's supported. And for them, family is not just the nuclear family, mother, father, and children. No, for them, family is your grandparents, both sides, mother and father, cousins, aunts, uncles, nieces, and nephews. For them, the extended family is all part of the family and it branches out into the community. And that's something that we have fallen away from for so long, excuse me, that we only look at family as the immediate mother and father of the children. And we don't pay any respects to the grandparents. And that's where a lot of the knowledge about life and experience and making long-term decisions come from. The wisdom that your grandparents give you from their life experiences. We have totally lost that because we've lost a whole generation of grandparents, for many, many reasons. Nathaniel P. Nat P. Welcome to Sage Talk.
How y'all doing tonight, gentlemen?
Doing well, doing well. What's your comment with regard to the overall topic itself? Are black men more emotionally intelligent? Are we the most intelligent of men when it comes to emotional intelligence? Do you believe that? And if so, why? And if you saw the video, was there anything in the video that led you to believe that, like it did me?
I believe, just like you said, Mr. Lee, how if there was in court, she would be charged with leading the witness. You know what I'm saying? Because, but we get taught this from our mothers. How to manipulate at a very young age. But it's not a well-rounded, full understanding of how we're being represented to our community. We only see ourselves. We don't necessarily know that our surroundings is building us up the way that we are, or even how we perceive ourselves. It takes a father most of the time to be able to make this child self-reflect. Look at what you're doing, to hold you accountable. And sometimes I got to get you away from your mom and discipline you because she always want to baby you and pamper you. And I treat you're too rough with them. And I'm like, this is what men do.
Well, I mean, you're right about the fact that they need balance in their life. But I think from what we can see, we can't necessarily say that because we don't know the boy's family. We don't know if there's a father in that home. But one thing I was able to observe is that he's very acute at the sensibilities of his mom, and he's still independently minded to still assert his desires, what he wants, his option. Even though he knew his decision would conflict with his mom. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
He's learned his mom's triggers, so he knows how to respond, what to respond to. He's heard his mom have conversations with her girlfriends and what they girl codes do, and how they may get on about how they feel about men, which a lot of times is not honest. They just pandering to each other just to make each other feel good, to you know, what they call it, motivational talks, just venting. You know, a lot of women like to vent and really don't want solutions, which is kind of weird to us. You know, we want to fix problems. We don't just
True.
want to live in them or talk about them for no reason. You know, unless it's for an actual purpose. So, yeah. Oh, and there are a lot of topics I wanted to touch on, like the part about I hate how everybody, not everybody, mostly women and men who was raised around women like to bring up men always leaving families over the years. You know, I've had so many, one after one after one after one. We had a whole clique of fellas in high school. Every single one of them, when they graduated, they found out that their daddy didn't leave when they was put out. Every single time. They was put out, there was lies told about them. You know, then it, oh, your daddy about to die, so I want you to get right with it, you know, and all the tears, and you know, it's like one after the next, after the next, after the next. It's just all these lies was told, and I realized I was caught in that same circle because when it was the first time that happened to me, I was about to just, you know, like you can tell people what you want about me. I don't care what people think, feel, think they know. I'll holler at them later because, you know, once you put something out there, it's going to circle back to you, you know? So if you do me wrong now, I'll allow you to do me wrong, you know? I'll take that hit. It's not going to, it's going to damage my reputation. Sure, fine. But anybody that actually knows me, they not going to fall for that. Y'all know he way too logical to let that happen.
Well, you know, I mean, we're not talking about manipulation. I mean, we are talking about manipulation, but we're not talking about slander because you know there was nothing slanderous in the pic, right? In the video, the mother definitely was trying to influence the decision of the boy. Now, it could have been an all in good fun, but sometimes, you know, I had a professor that told me in college, if you can't say something with a straight face, say it in the form of a joke. And we know, especially through many of the comedians of the past, whether Richard Pryor, Eddie Murphy, and some others, that's, you know, there's a lot of truth that can come out through humor. And I think that what I really like to hone in on with regard to this conversation is that I think many of us as men could think of a time where in our young life growing up that our mom put us in a compromising position where we have to really had to bite our tongue to not be totally honest because our honesty might offend our mom in some way. And I think this was so easy for me to identify with that little boy in the video because he stood up. He spoke his mind, but he was also very conscious of what his mother wanted and how his mother tried to reposition the question to get him to say something different other than the fact that he liked skinny black chocolate girls. And fat was not in that description, but she was trying to see if she could get him to say fat. Hink, welcome to the conversation. Good afternoon. Kenneth, did you want to say something?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
But oh yeah. So I was raised by my grandparents, my grandmother, my grandfather, and I was also raised by my mother. My mother,
Okay.
when I was with my mother would try to, you know, position me in situations like that. She was came from the crack epidemic. She was
Uh-huh.
addicted to drugs and alcohol for 30 years. So on it was like a 15th birthday, she propositioned woman to give me fellatio for my 15th birthday. And obviously, well, not obviously, but I said no. But I was one of the ones that was rebellious. So I would, if there was something I didn't agree with, I would say, hey, that's wrong. Or I wasn't the go along, get along
Right. You find a way to get out of it.
with every situation. And of course, there would be, oh, that's disrespectful. Oh, that's, you shouldn't talk back. Oh, you shouldn't. you know,
Right.
but whatever. But I have logic, and I like I said, like if we have our own fingerprints, then we should have our own mind. So I'm just not going to agree with something I disagree with. So there are some out here that will just go along and get along, and they go on throughout their adulthood with the whole notion, the happy wife, happy life. You if your mom or your girl say, "Hey, do I look good in this dress?" Or do my hair look good? And if it doesn't, and you say, "Yeah, it does look good," like, these niggas be lying. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I was in college, I had a roommate, and he came to me one night, and he was like, he was really sad. He was like, "Yo, kind of lying to my girl. Like, I gotta be this strong dude for her. Like, she want this thug. You're like, I ain't that thug. I'm not. I gotta be this. I gotta lie. I gotta lie. And I'm like, you don't gotta do anything. Just be honest. Tell the truth. Like, if I was, a heterosexual man, and if I wanted a woman just for sex, I would approach a woman and say, "Hey, I think you're beautiful. Can we fuck?" Like, I would be that person. There's no beating around the bush, playing games.
You
Just
can't
to,
say who you would be, brother.
I can because I just said it. So I that's my
But
personality.
that's not real though. That's
But
not
it is
real.
Well,
because that's how I am in my everyday life. That's my personality. I can say who I am because I know
I
who I
did
am.
what you're saying. I did.
well, I think what King Collins was saying is that as a heterosexual man, we can't just walk up to women and say that.
You can. Why? I've this is something that I've talked about for so many years because this is something I've been believing for so many years. So I would ask just random women throughout life, like, how would you feel if a man just approached you and said, "Hey, beautiful, how are you?" You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm digging you. You got a nice body. Like, I really want to have sex with you. You know what I'm saying? Are you down? And most women they laugh. They laugh when I ask them that question, and they say, "Well, no one has ever asked me that before, so it would feel like exciting and like if I'm in a mood, like I might do it. So there are women out here that have really been open to uh because it's more risque, it's more honest, and most men don't approach them like that. They lie and they take him on dates and do all this other bullshit that they don't really want to do. They just want to have sex, you know what I mean? So it
Well,
does work.
I'll,
I
I'll
mean,
agree with
honest,
you. I'll agree with you to a point because direct honesty does work. But I think in the climate in which we're in right now with Me Too and toxic masculinity and a lot of these things that's been pushed for the past 20 or so years, it's delicate for men to know how to approach women. And I think that's one of the reasons why millennium and Generation Z men, there's such a high degree of men who are virgins because they don't know how to really approach women and talk to them openly like that because women say they don't want men to talk to them like that. And they have criminalized it that if you do, they'll call you toxic. They could go to make a case against you. And next minute, just for telling a woman you find her attractive and you would like to lay with her, could make you be registered as an offender.
that's why
I
white
have
women.
many of friends that have gotten slapped for doing things like that.
Black women ain't out here taking niggas to
It's
court
trust
for
me.
flirt.
It
Oh,
does,
now you did it.
Come on,
but it doesn't
come
matter
on,
if the woman is
come on.
black or white or Latina.
It does
If
matter.
it's a woman that you're
It
attractive
does.
to as a man
Women
and
ain't
you approach that woman,
come on, bro. They ain't doing stuff like that.
see,
Come on.
we have to stop. We
Let me say
have
something
to
real fast.
stop acting as though sexual harassment and the things that pertain to it, like it don't apply with black people. It does apply with
It
black
does.
people.
Yeah, it does.
So we have to take those things seriously into consideration. Like the way rappers used to move and say and do things in the 90s, they themselves can't move and say and do things the way they are now because they know they could easily get slapped with a suit. Some chick that's trying to get a bag can come up real fast. But Hink, I don't want to cut you off. I did give you the floor. Welcome to Sage Talk. We're talking about this little boy. I'm not sure where you came in on the stream, that had a conversation with his mom or vice versa. And his mom was asking him about his tastes and his likes with regard to a girlfriend. And he proceeded to explain to her what he wanted in a woman, that he wanted a skinny woman, that he wanted a dark skinned woman like chocolate, and he wanted to be, sensual. So, did you see the video? Have you seen the clip?
No,
You haven't
sir.
seen the clip?
No,
All
I
right.
didn't get to see the clip.
Alvin, I tried to bring you up a little moment ago, but you weren't showing, so I dropped you back. But if your internet is stable, I'm going to bring you up in a second. I'm going to try and play the video again so you guys can see it,
Okay.
because I think it's a short clip. It's like maybe a minute thereabouts. 1 second. Give me a second here. Let me.
Why you do that, Mr. Lee? I'm my man. What's his name? Kenneth.
Yep.
Man, I feel bad for you, man. If your mom did some trash shit like that, man, that's a trash move. What
Don't
she
feel
did.
bad.
So.
I'm good.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it, bro.
Now, let me ask you this: is the reason why she did that because of the lifestyle that she didn't know
like
about?
That. You getting big like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't call it a lifestyle, but yeah.
Sorry,
Okay.
Mr. Lee, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No. Go ahead. I was going to let you guys talk. All right.
No, go ahead. You good?
This is halfway through the video, but I'm gonna let it circle back around because it doesn't give me a play bar, so I can restart it at the beginning. So I have to let it circle through. But it's not a long video.
Do you want a light skinned girlfriend, or you want a black, or you want a chocolate girlfriend like you?
Can you guys see it? Can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
A sexy chocolate girlfriend.
You want her to be skinny, or you want her to be thick, or you want her to be fat, or you want,
No, I want a skinny.
So you want her skinny.
Yeah, a skinny girlfriend.
What do you consider mommy? Do you consider mommy? What is mommy? Am I skinny? Mama, you pretty. Sit back. You ain't gotta go over and hug me and tell me that. Jace, what? I know you said I'm pretty, but what do you consider me to be? Am I skinny? Am I fat? What do you consider me?
You are getting fat, but I love you. I'm just saying you are getting a little fat.
Okay, so you don't want a girl my size.
What?
I'm just saying.
I love you. I'm just saying
No,
you
baby.
getting a little big or something. You getting like fat. You getting big. Like yeah.
Do you want a light skinned girlfriend, or you want a black, or you want a chocolate girlfriend like you?
Oh yeah, I want some chocolate girl.
Okay. Okay. Hank and Alvin, so you guys got a chance to see.
Let me see. Let me say this, Mr. Lee. That boy learned early, didn't he?
Oh yeah, he know exactly what he wants.
He learned. Let me say what he learned. He learned to soften her up. Went over and gave her a hug before he told you, "Mama, you a fat ass."
But Hank,
yes, sir.
What I want us to look at as black men is, how is it this 7 or 8 year old boy is so emotionally intelligent to know when the dynamics of the question shift from just what he likes to now, if mama is included, what do you like?
Well, you know something, Mr. Lee? I think everything he wanted is just the opposite of his mother. I think everything he wanted is his mama's big. He don't want that because he seen what his mama's like, that little fat heifer. I don't want her fat ass. She's probably light skinned, and she said, I want her because I think all the light skinned fat women probably arguing, mean, nasty, disrespectful. I'm telling you, I think everything he desires and wants is just the opposite of his mother. Now I don't know further in that clip if the mother ever shows herself, but I bet she's just the opposite of everything he just described he likes and wants. We already know her size. It tells us alone, like he said, you get a little fat. Yeah, that's why he don't want no fat woman, because he see his mama being fat, and he thinks every heavyset woman is going to be disrespectful, loud, and obnoxious. So yeah, he don't want that. She's probably a light skinned woman, and he said, "No, they probably like it too. So I'd rather have me a dark skin. So
Well, you
everything he's talking about.
definitely expanded the conversation much further than I was willing to go.
Oh, my bad. Miss Lee, you know how I
No,
do when I come in.
that's
I
good.
throw a
That's
bomb and
That's
I got to
cool.
set the bitch on fire.
I know you're gonna have to light a little fire under this motherfucker for sure. But yeah, I mean, I didn't get into the dynamics of what his mother looked like overall. But my whole thing is this manipulative way of communicating that mothers do to talk to their sons. How much of that over, let's say, the next 10 years, by the time he becomes 18, can he take? And then what is the potential result of that? Does he, over time, acquiesce and say, you know what, mom, I love you, mom, so therefore now I like fat women? Or does he goes the opposite way and he say, you know what, I don't like black chicks at all. I don't even want to deal with black chicks.
I mean, it's possible. It's definitely possible. If she the type of mother, which I'm thinking she is, it's possible she could turn him totally off from black women. I wouldn't be surprised if that would have happened. If she's that nasty, disrespectful, and he sees very little to no positive outcome from her, maybe even as far as relationships with men or with the boy's father, if she's even with the boy's father, I don't know. So
right. But
I wouldn't be
definitely
surprised it drive him to the white women.
we know that this is not a new situation in our community. This is something that's been going on for a long time. So in that understanding, we're just having visual confirmation of something that we already know. It's like when we say this, that the police are abusive to black people in the black community. We've been saying that for a long time, and people are saying, oh, yeah, just talking out your ass. And the police treat you just like you treat everybody else. If you respect them, they'll respect you. But then we start using videos. Someone's got something clicking in the background. Mute up.
It's not me.
Then when we have videos now showing some of the things that we have been talking about, now people are like, okay, wait a minute. Now we need to do something with the police. We need more training. That's where they go. But my point is that if we extrapolate a little bit, we see a lot of young men between, I would say, the ages of, let's say, 22 right now to maybe 32, that many of them have turned their backs on black women. And that came from somewhere.
I don't think it's to the degree that they express it, but just like I had a family member now, he's 17. He's in college. He graduated a year early with a 4.7 GPA. He in college in New York. A couple years ago, he's like, I'm not attracted to black women. And mom and dad like, why? Kept asking. We didn't want to talk about it. Then finally he told his dad, they're like men and not attracted to men. That's what he sees. They're masculine. And it's just that simple. He likes pretty women.
He just made that decision a year or two ago? Or did he have that, or was that?
No, I'm saying.
Those wheels was already turning in the back of his head since he was 11, 12 years old. 13
No,
years old.
11, 12, 13, he had a black girlfriend. But like I talked to him.
Right.
Mom and dad
you can't have a black girlfriend. It's like, okay, well, I'm not going to go there. But you can still have a girlfriend when you're young of a certain persuasion. And when you grow up to be a man, do something completely different.
No, what I'm saying is it's not always just the direct false narrative or the narrative.
True.
Saying, like me, for example, I'll date outside the race, no problem. Had Hispanic women I dated, an Asian. It's not well, your mama must have been black. And no, that's not true. My mom is cool. My dad is cool. I like skinny women. I see something, I like it. This eyeball, and the meat, they make a decision. Am I going to go talk to that woman? If they're all in agreement, that's what I'm going to talk to. It don't matter if she's white, black, Asian, Hispanic, light, dark. There's no big liggity dark, bliggity melanin. That stuff don't mean nothing. You're attracted or you ain't. You talk to what you're attracted to.
But most men like the women of their own tribe, culture.
Yeah, I went to a black college. There was some beautiful. Them women were unrealistically beautiful. They don't look like that no more.
Hell
So
no, they don't like that no more.
yeah, I live in Florida. I see Hispanic women. They beautiful.
They stay
I
this
like black
way.
women too. It's no whole scientific black melanin, scientific the white man's programming system. It ain't none of that.
So it's a
So you don't believe that the culture and the way that we were raised by our masculine women per se?
I wasn't raised by
made
one
for
of
those
those.
women.
No, here's the deal.
Mostly.
I
Yeah,
look
but
at
are you aware that it exists?
um
Masculine women.
yeah, and I don't want one of them.
So with
but
that being
I
said,
think, yeah, go ahead, Calvin. Go ahead, Calvin.
No, what I'm saying is there's people trying to tell men what they like and why they like it, and all like men who have the decision to date what they want. They're trying to tell them, oh, because your mama black. You hate yourself.
Right,
The Umar Johnson talk.
But that's another thing that I was leading into with this video is the manipulation, how early it starts. Because that your mama black
She
goes
is.
back to this conversation right here. Because when she threw herself into the conversation as to the woman he would choose that he would like, he was like, what? He looked at mama like, Mama, what you doing? Why you changing the conversation, man? You asked me what kind of girl I like. Now you putting yourself in for me to choose you as one of the girls that I like?
Yeah, I'm saying there's two different things. Two can be true at the same time. Number one, there are some men who are programmed, who are followers, and they end up either hating their mama because of the program, or they love their big mama they was raised with, and that's all they do.
Correct.
That can happen. But there's also men who make their own decisions.
Correct.
And stand on their own 2 feet.
right.
Exactly.
If I go marry 3 Beckys tomorrow, it's because I wanted all 3 of those Beckys. If I marry Asians, because that's what I wanted. My friends are the same way. Some of us date in the race, some date out, some do both. And it's not a whole experimental white man in 1822 thing. It's I saw that woman, I wanted her, and I went and talked to her, and she said yes. It's just
that's a minority. That's a minority of black men.
Yeah, there are like combinations. There's like people like you who just date who being influenced. But there's another group who are influenced. Then there's another group who is influenced by anti-blackness, and then there's another group who's influenced by the hate of their mother, and then there's another group who's influenced by the combination of them all. It's like a soup, it's like a vegetable soup. There are different, ingredients to the soup that make up who.
Yeah.
But to you, I like to ask. You said that your cousin went to New York and went to school, and he said that.
School now. He said it a couple years ago. And what is he like? He's more attracted to white women.
Okay.
What I tell him? Date what you want. Get the best one you can.
So I recall you saying that he said that they were masculine. Now, living in New York, I was born here. I moved in the South when I was younger. But I can't say that there are masculine black women here in New York. But
masculine white women too. Go ahead.
But like there's masculine Latino women, and white women here as well, but with the masculine black women, however, normally, typically, you see them in the hoods of Harlem, you see them in the hoods of the Bronx, and you see them in the hoods in Brooklyn. You don't see masculine women in a coffee shop downtown.
He grew up in Virginia.
No, that's not true, my man.
That ain't true at all.
You got some masculine
women. There's middle class and upper class masculine women. They make in Maryland and Atlanta. They even make money too.
Yeah, you got a lot of black women
that
are masculine in the corporate world because they have to be masculine because of maybe the type of job they do. So
no, but
you got masculine women in the corporate world. So I mean, it's not just because it's out in New York doesn't mean they all. It's some masculine women in the South. I'm in Kentucky, and it's got some masculine chicks here.
Yeah, to sum it up, to make it more simple, here's the deal.
New York.
If women want these men and they want these black men or whatever it is, they got to present the best product. Just like men already know. You're coming broke, 2 inches, can't perform, fat belly hanging and no job. You probably got to pick what you can get. Or you can be productive, alpha, abbed out, glow in the dark abs in a briefcase full of cash. You get to pick what you want. That's how this works. Men ain't. There's men complaining about it, but
something in between there because
or an average man.
That's a little much.
Yeah, trust me, when I get down to 180, I got 10 pounds to go. Man, glow in the dark abs, and wear Vaseline on my stomach and wear no shirt all throughout the and it's on. It's on.
Start your own podcast.
I'm gonna marry 6 Beckys and 1 black woman. But no, I'm just clowning. But no, the black women who want to get married should present a better price. It doesn't matter how dark, light, whatever. 124 pounds, smile, show them pretty teeth, and be nice to a man. And just listen. Husbands will come. If a woman can't beat out this, what you see out here as a competition, they can't beat this for a man. They're just not trying, and they're not worthy of being spouses. Am I wrong?
But so you know, the average woman don't want to compete for shit though. They don't feel like they need to.
They can't compete with this. Women that weigh more than me.
Too much accessibility these days.
Smiling and just being nice and just saying yes.
But that's an American woman mindset. They don't want to smile. They don't feel that they should have to compete for a man. And, you know, what Kenneth said about in a downtown area where professional women are, even those professional women, they come from the hood. Because I was one of those professional guys. I worked on Wall Street for 18 years. So I wore a suit every day. I came from the hood. And the thing is that one, you can't allow your environment to really dictate your outcome. But more importantly, just because you're a sister in the hood doesn't necessarily mean that you can't be a good sister. And just because you're a brother from the hood, don't mean that you can't be a good dude. And I think the thing is that sometimes we tend to want to lump everybody into one group with regard to, because you're from the hood or because you're from a poor environment, automatically means that you're going to have all these attachments to you that makes you a bad person. It doesn't always work out that way. And matter of fact, some of the most successful men, black or white, when you read their biography, many of them came from youthful hardships that later made them a success. That means became the driving force behind them becoming a success. So I think that's something that we should pay attention to as well, because just because we come from the hood don't mean that our life path is already selected and we're going to be a drug dealer or we're going to be a rapper or a basketball player or a football player or something to that degree, or something worse in between. I think that we all have an opportunity and we just have to make the best of our opportunity and not make excuses. Because I remember when I was young, a lot of my friends, they chose certain path because it was easy. But 20 years later, that easy path did not turn out, gave them the outcome that they had hoped they would receive, because things change. You know, so sometimes I think as men, some of us choose the easy path, the less effort that you have to put in just to kind of get from A to B or A to Z. And that's why I think sometimes we find a lot of black men who are not top performers, who don't strive to succeed above 45,000 or 50,000 a year, and don't strive to do better because they just want to coast to retirement, get that check and chill. For men that are like that, there are men that are like that.
I got to get off of here. Many blessings.
Like that. Say again?
I got to get off of here. Many blessings, everybody.
Okay, likewise. Appreciate you coming up.
Thanks for coming. Have a good one.
So definitely there are men who have low expectations for themselves and women who are low expectations for themselves. But really in this space, I think the whole manosphere space in general, but particularly Sage Talk, Lapeef Network, we try to identify the more uplifting, positive aspects of men, black men in particular, and get them to build on those things. I mean, Anton is always talking about brothers leveling up, making more money, get in the bag, things of that nature. Those are not my talking points, but I understand the message. Nate P says he learning finesse 101. Finesse or game, but then what happens if he doesn't become a success, but he just becomes a player?
I think that kid had natural, by how he communicates, he talks like a natural child actor.
Yep, he's a star. I see it.
Yeah,
Yeah, he definitely he's got good awareness, bro.
He
Yeah.
learned it naturally.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an actor. He should be in some kind of acting class or something. That's just something I see.
He should be.
I agree.
Yeah, that's talent.
And the thing is that hopefully, someone with the wherewithal spot his video, get in touch with his parents, and offer him an opportunity, maybe to go to a good school where he can learn, where he can hone his skills, and by the time he's 18, he could be a new Black Panther coming online. You know what I mean? A very smart individual that have talent.
Hopefully, his mama don't rob him like Emmanuel Lewis's parents did.
I mean, those are things that we have to fight to overcome. There's a lot that Black men have to fight to overcome, right? Just to come up with your own credit sometime is a battle, because sometimes your mama use your Social Security number to get credit. By the time you're 18, you're already in debt a few $1,000s, and you don't even spend no money yet. You don't even make no money yet. So, there's a lot of things as Black men we deal with, and we fight through it. This was a very enlightening conversation. I definitely appreciate everyone who came up. Kenneth, I've definitely tipped my hat to you, because, we were trying to make proper understanding of your communication in the chat, and I gave you the opportunity to come up, and you took it. Definitely appreciate how a man will step up and answer the call and engage in a conversation. Dusto, you're a favorite in this corner, so appreciate you coming through all the time. Nat P, oh, that was your comment, Nat P. Okay, cool. That I just read off. Cool. Thanks for joining us on the panel, Hink. And Hink, why don't we start with you? Say the last few words before we close down the conversation for today.
Man, my last words is, Black man, protect yourself at all times. Do what you got to do. Get your mental right. If you have to go to therapy, do what you got to do. Get your mental all the way right. If it means you got to sit on somebody's couch or Zoom meeting, do what you got to do. Go get your blood work. Heart disease is the biggest killer of Black men, so we need to make sure we need to get our blood work checked. You know what I'm saying? Go get your prostates. Get that checked. Get your colonoscopies. Get that done. Do what you got to do to make yourself last on this earth a lot longer, so we can conquer it all together. Thank you, Mr. Lee, for having me, brother. I appreciate that.
Not a problem. Appreciate you for stopping by and coming on up. Nat P, any last words? Kenneth, you'll be next, and then Dusto will be last.
No, the only thing I would actually tell any young Black man is to build yourself up while you're young. Like you were saying, to try to learn what it is that you want to become, and build yourself up spiritually, and learn laws. Don't just spend all your time playing games. You need to balance your life out in order to be a balance for a family, if that's what you want. If you want a family, I honestly believe the only way I was going to do it was I was going to marry young. I married at 25. My wife was 22. So, I just knew that it just had to be that way, because I told my dad at 10 years old, I see what you tried to do with this marriage thing, and I'm going to do it better. And that's all he wanted from me. We should always be inspiring our children to be better than us.
Absolutely.
So I'm going to leave it at that. Can't follow me.
So you were inspired by your dad, and you got married at 25. You're still married now?
Oh yeah, same woman. Yeah.
Congratulations to you. Absolutely. And we need more testimonials of brothers who did it young and did it right, and is still holding strong. So definitely you're one stripe on the Dusto badge, because he said get married early, and you did what he did, what he suggests, and definitely working for you. So absolutely. There are men who can do it. Obviously, there are men who can do it, because we're looking at one right here. Kenneth? Any last words?
Yeah, it's similar to what Hink said. Um, Basically, to embark on a journey of some sort, healing journey to master your crafts, some type of journey where it requires real militant way of thinking in isolation. I've been on my own journey for the past 4 years actually. Uh, Changed my phone number, no social media, no family, no mom, no siblings, no friends, no partner, no sex, no smoking weed, no nothing for 3 years to really dig deep and heal childhood traumas and to really learn about myself and who I am and things like that. And it's been the one of the best decisions I've ever made in my life to really get to know myself and my own powers and supernatural abilities and just spiritual connection to the most high and all of that. So that plays a part in what kind of human being you're going to be out in the world. So yeah, get to know yourself outside of
Well, yeah, no doubt about that. And I think that's something that we as black men don't hear enough of in terms of not only getting to know yourself, but love yourself more as a man, as an individual, as a person. And that's one of the things about not getting too caught up in a commitment very early in life because, you grow as a young person under the roof of your parents, and then you start to get out on your own at 20, 21, or 22. And then if you're married a year or two after that, you really never get a chance to mature and get to know yourself as a man first. So sometimes it's very difficult getting to know yourself with another young person who is trying to get to know themselves. And it can be very challenging, especially if you don't have the support of family around you. Her family, who supports the marriage, and your family, who supports not only marriage, but the woman you've chosen to be with.
Sage. If
Yeah.
I used to ask people who they are. And most people start off with their name, Kwame, whatever. And I'm like, no, that's the name your parents gave you, but who are you? Oh, well, I went to school for such and such. That's the degree you went to school for. Oh, but who are you? Oh, I work as blah 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 blah. That's your job. Who are you? Oh, I'm a father. That's your status in your home. Who are you? Oh, I like painting. Those are your hobbies. Who are you? And after that, most people just get blank because there's nothing left, you know.
Mm.
And it
So what did that question teach you, or that way of questioning and talking to people? What did that teach you?
well, I stopped asking people the question because I realized it was doing more
Okay.
harm than good because most people actually felt bad because they didn't know,
Right.
and I would ask people of various ranges these questions. It would be more hurt than good, so I stopped asking, and
That
it
that
What was
sounds
he
like
looking
that
for though?
sounds like an NLP exercise. I don't know if you've ever taken an NLP course, neuro linguistics programming, and I've taken a few. That sounds like an NLP exercise that they would give you to do, to go out and ask people, who are you? And kind of drill it down and get to the LCD, the lowest common denominator of who they are as the essence of a person. And a
mm,
lot of times people will say their religion, they
yep,
will say their status, like you said, married, father, they will say their career,
yep,
everything, especially for a man, everything becomes who he is
yep,
except he himself, the man.
right,
And most men don't know themselves as a man,
right.
as a person. Yeah, good point. Hey, Alvin, how are you? Welcome aboard.
I'm all
Welcome
right.
aboard.
I'm
I
all
was
right.
trying to get you up here, but your signal was dipping in
I
and
know
out.
it's shaky. Yeah, it was. It was. It was.
It's still popping. This mic.
Yeah, but I'll give him the time to express a few words before we sign off. What's your thoughts on the topic?
Well, I mean, we see this all too often. That's why fathers are very, very, very important. Sometimes, I think when kids are younger, they tend to go towards the mother. At least I did. And my dad, he's like, well, you know what? You want to listen to your mom? I'm going to let you learn the hard way, especially when it came to women. And my mom would tell me things, and it would just go against common sense. But I still did it because, I love my mom. And then my dad would just sit there and he'd be like, you know what? You're going to learn. Sure enough, I learned. And then by the time, I learned enough lessons, my dad, he didn't have to say anything because I already knew. And so I think that when you don't have that other voice saying one thing and you're just hearing things from your mom, you end up becoming more feminine. You end up becoming more emotionally controlled because that's the way women are. And if women are the first teachers and you don't have that male teacher there, your world is going to be consistent among like the women in your family because the mother has sisters. I mean, you have aunts, you might have cousins, you might not have any male cousins. So everything in your world might revolve around different types of women. Most teachers are women.
Yeah.
So if you don't have that father, removing that father is like removing a whole force that you don't really understand how important it is until you're older because you don't even know that you're missing. And most kids that don't have fathers don't know that they're missing that aspect of it because they never knew it until you get older.
Absolutely. And not only that, but like you said, just as a sounding board to have your father to be there to say, you know, you better follow your first mind on that. And then when you do it and then you see how things fall out, you be like, damn, I knew I should have went with my first mind. Even sometime if it means disagreeing with your mom or someone else, that you might look up to. Your father is trying to teach you over a slow process how to be single-minded, how to question, how to use your judgment as the sounding board for what other people might tell you that may not always turn out to be accurate. So, some fathers get directly into it and will tell you what to do. Some fathers just look at you from the sidelines and say, boy, you better think about that. And just kind of
Also,
give you that type
yeah.
of coaching. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Also, it's just even, I mean, my father was like that, but he was also, like when you get a certain age, I would say around 12, and they say, when you have a son, and if the parents aren't together, the son needs to go to the father. And I think that's absolutely true because as you get older, you get more testosterone, you go more towards your masculinity. You need your father to keep you under control, but to keep that emotional part. There were times where I remember I found out what the word bastard was. I called my dad that. He smacked me right across the face. I never said it anymore. I
Right.
didn't know he was one, but someone told me. And I was like, oh, I think that sounds like my dad. And I just asked him, like, Dad, are you a blah blah? And wop. That never happened again.
See,
That never
now
happened again. But
what you lack in that question was what that little boy was able to perceive in the video I
exactly,
showed, right? You just asked the
exactly,
question innocently as a young boy. That young boy
exactly,
understood the dynamics of the question, that it was not such an innocent question, that there were repercussions behind this question. And if I don't take care on how I respond, I could find myself in a whole lot of trouble. Because
exactly,
sometimes mothers mete out judgment on their sons just for being honest, even though if the answer wasn't what they wanted, they punish the kid. They might hold something back. They don't give him his favorite food. They take away his toy. They do something. Sometimes you don't even know why you're
exactly.
being punished, but you're being
Sometimes
punished
you
because,
don't.
yeah, because you didn't consider mommy's feelings.
And to
Right?
respond to that other guy, he's not on the panel no more, but he said something about intentionally getting with a woman that's older. And of
Yeah.
course, I did that. And that didn't work out so well at first for a long time. So that's not something that I recommended. I did get married at 25 years old. My wife was right here. Um,
Okay.
she's 29 when we got married. So, I had some more growing pains. She was a little bit more established than I was. She met me maybe a year after, no, maybe just a couple months after I moved out the house. And I left the whole city. I moved maybe 400 miles away from home. So there was a lot of, I went from my mom writing my checks, doing my laundry. I lived in a place with pools and security guards to having to take care of everything on my own. And that's a huge learning curve that I think that every man needs to go through the first 4 or 5 years to really know what it's like to pick themselves up. And then you can take on more responsibility. And I think meeting someone who was a little bit older than me, who had a kid earlier, who had been living the way that I just started living, she had already been in that situation for about 7 years, 8 years already. And here I am just coming out into that situation. Now I was a full-time college student. I worked full-time. I I owned my car, paid it off, but that was nothing compared to those type of responsibilities that someone had already had. So I would compare getting with an older woman to Kevin Durant joining the Golden State Warriors when they've already won championship without him and coming and trying to take over the team. It doesn't work like that because women, they're set in their ways. They don't really like to change. An older woman thinks they know more than you. Even if they don't, even if it's a situation where you do know more, it's going to be hard to be like, you know what, you shouldn't do this with your kid. But you don't have a kid yourself, but you're trying to tell somebody else what to do with their kid. So voluntarily going into those situations, you are asking for trouble. And just because it worked out for me, because I've been married for 15 years, been together for about, what, 17 years, that doesn't mean that it's going to work out for everybody. You always want to play the percentages and do things the right way to give yourself the best possible chance. Like, I didn't get married till I was 25. I didn't have any kids until I got married. So I tried to do everything right. And but that doesn't mean I did everything right. But I tried to.
Well, the thing is, at least you had the goal to do it right. And
Exactly.
sometimes, having the right aspirations and the desire can get us 90% there, as opposed to the guy that have no intentions and he's not even close. He's like 10% right out the gate. He got 2 kids, right? That's a different type of men. And from what he had suggested was that he was talking about men who just want to live off a woman, right?
Oh, nah,
So
nah.
you had a plan, you had a career in mind, you wanted to accomplish something for yourself, and then you met a woman that you fell in love with. She was older, but you guys were on a very similar page, and you worked together to get over the hard times because she had more of an understanding of what you were going to be dealing with as you hit those age markers to grow and mature as a man and uh, to seek advancement in your career and to grow. So she knew what you were already going to be encountering before you encounter it by several years. And she was willing to wait and be patient and work with you through that. So
Yeah,
you definitely had a unique woman, one that
she
is
would consider
different than
that a hard wait.
uh,
I said she'd probably consider that a hard wait. Because it's hey, when you just moving out the house, I knew I had to because I was 23, and I know in other cultures there's kids that stay at home until they graduate and they get a job, and sometimes that works. But I think as a man, you kind of have to. It's better to do it sooner than later. And you got to learn
absolutely.
you got to learn these responsibilities. You got to, like Kevin used to say, you got to fall on your ass. You got to build it while you fly it, and you got to learn from your mistakes. And it's better to fail in your 20s than it is to fail in your 30s and to fail in your 40s, even though you can learn at any age.
Right.
But the younger the younger you go through the process, the better off you'll be when you hit like 33 and 35. So that is the best time to start looking
Not
for a
only that,
woman is when you're in mid 30s.
you have a longer coasting period when you're younger
Exactly.
to build on top of your successes and achieve higher heights
Exactly.
than if you're
Exactly.
restarting again after a divorce at 40. You're in a lot of trouble
Exactly.
right there. Yeah. But definitely, I appreciate you coming up, Alvin,
No problem, man.
spreading some wise words, especially for those who may just throw information out there without thinking about the long-term potential consequences as advice to men, right? We always want to be careful about that. I try to be careful
Exactly.
with my words, but I don't know everything and I can be wrong. And when I'm wrong, I'll be the first one to tell you, hey, you got me. Appreciate it. I learned something new today. And I move on from that. So my ego is not so big that I feel any kind of way like I'm less than a man because somebody told me something
Exactly.
I didn't know. All right. Okay, Dusto, last words, and then we'll close out.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Definitely take care, Alvin. And
See
you,
ya.
Miss as well.
Yeah.
Okay,
First,
Kenneth,
thanks for having.
much appreciated.
Thanks for having me on the panel. And I was going to say shout out to Alvin for one, successfully being married and staying married, but two, admitting that his situation is not necessarily ideal or the norm
Right.
versus saying, hey, I got this situation. All y'all need to go do this. But understanding that it's different, he's different and it works for him. Like expressing it that way. I appreciate, that's appreciated. But also it's cool. We can disagree. Me and you disagree. Me and Kenneth disagree. Me and the other guy have disagreement, and nobody's threatening to fly to somebody's city and kick him in the teeth. It just ain't got to be like that. It just doesn't. But people, I don't know. They crazy. But no, we can disagree. We can have conversation. We should be listening and learning from each other. Even me, because I like to come and just clown everybody anyway. That's my norm, my comfort zone.
Right.
But
Well, I know that.
but at the end of the day, there's so.
We
go
need a
ahead.
little bit of, I said we always need a little bit of humor, and I can count on you for that, no doubt.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, people need to compete and they need to win. Compete with the person you were 90 days ago or the person that you are today. Compete in 90 days from now, be a better person. You can look in the mirror and tell where you're lacking, man or woman. Look at your belly. If it's hanging somewhere, you got something to compete against.
Absolutely.
Make sure 90 days later, it looks better than it does now.
Back.
Your hygiene, your attitude, the way you talk, communicate, how you smile, your environment, whatever it is you got going on now, make sure in 90 days from now, it's not the same. Don't be too proud to reach out and ask for help. Hey, look, I'm dusty. I don't know what's going on. You look like you got it together. Can you help me out? Ask 5 people. One of them might actually look out for you and tell you something. Just open your ears, put your pride to the side, and listen. If they tell you, well, shoot, you could have took a shower last week. Or, hey, you could lose some weight. Hey, you could go make some money. Listen, they might be actually trying to help you and get you to a better life. You only get one life. Time is wasting. Get off that ass and make yourself a better person, however possible.
Well,
That's all I got.
I will say this, that I like the commentary for the closing today. Everybody touched on something to try to help Black men to focus on bettering themselves, whether it was health, physical, emotional, getting in shape, being more centric in terms of being a man and what that is, loving yourself before you can actually love someone else and take the responsibility of taking on another person and the children that person will give you. But Gina 789, she says, I told my son, we're going to Puerto Rico to get you a wife. Well, what I would say, Gina, is don't settle down on Puerto Rico. Travel to different Latin countries if a Latin woman is what you want for your son, and introduce him to different places. But in the end, let him be the one to pick the woman, and then you and your husband could decide if that woman, meet the mark for your husband. Because sometimes as young men, I don't know how old your son is, but I'm assuming he's college age or somewhere abouts. As young men, we think differently when we're in our 20s than when we are in our 30s. So just be mindful of that. Right? Thank you, everyone, for tuning in for another Sage Talk. Appreciate everyone who came up on the panel. Definitely appreciate Kenneth Fitzgerald.
Thank you, man.
Welcome back anytime, my brother, to come on back and add to the conversation. Your words are always welcome. I will say this. In closing, everyone who supports Sage Talk and the Lapeef Network, I really appreciate you guys. You guys have really been standing straight up with me, hanging tough. I'm looking to continue to bring it, and I'm looking to find some good topics for us to discuss and make it be challenging enough for us to look inwardly at ourselves and our community on how we could do better as each individual, right? Because, like I said, I'm not trying to change you, but I'm always looking at like minded men. I'm putting forth ideas that men who may think similarly, particularly those who are 20, 30 years my junior or more, it's your world. I'm on the other side of that mountain going down. You're going up. It's your world. So take whatever you can get from what Sage Talk, King Talk, the Thursday show, the politics show, and any other show on the network or in the manosphere, period, in this black manosphere, that could be of use to you in your journey to, one, be a successful black man, and two, to be able to choose the best woman to suit you to accomplish the goals and outcomes that you want to forward your life into the next generation and to make your name, whatever it is, immortal. Sage Talk, signing off. Have a good night, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday evening.